Welcome back to Calm History. If you enjoy falling asleep with us, please take a moment to hit the subscribe button. It is a completely free way to support our quiet, independent channel. Tonight, we begin. The Mysterious Death on the Underground Railway by Baroness Orczy. It was all very well for Mr. Richard Frobisher, of the London Mail, to cut up rough about it. Polly did not altogether blame him. She liked him all the better for that frank outburst of manlike ill temper, which, after all said and done, was only a very flattering form of masculine jealousy. Moreover, Polly distinctly felt guilty about the whole thing. She had promised to meet Dickie, that is Mr. Richard Frobisher, at 2 o'clock sharp outside the Palace Theatre, because she wanted to go to a Maud Allen matinee, and because he naturally wished to go with her. But at 2 o'clock sharp, she was still in Norfolk Street, Strand, inside an ABC shop, sipping cold coffee opposite a grotesque old man who was fiddling with a bit of string. How could she be expected to remember Maud Allen or the Palace Theatre? Or Dickie himself, for a matter of that? The man in the corner had begun to talk of that mysterious death on the Underground Railway, and Polly had lost count of time, of place, and circumstance. She had gone to lunch quite early, for she was looking forward to the matinee at the Palace. The old scarecrow was sitting in his accustomed place when she came into the ABC shop, but he had made no remark all the time that the young girl was munching her scone and butter. She was just busy thinking how rude he was, not even to have said good morning, when an abrupt remark from him caused her to look up. "Will you be good enough," he said suddenly, "to give me a description of the man who sat next to you just now, while you were having your cup of coffee and scone?" Involuntarily, Polly turned her head towards the distant door, through which a man in a light overcoat was even now quickly passing. That man had certainly sat at the next table to hers, when she first sat down to her coffee and scone. He had finished his luncheon, whatever it was, moment ago, had paid at the desk and gone out. The incident did not appear to Polly as being of the slightest consequence. Therefore, she did not reply to the rude old man, but shrugged her shoulders and called to the waitress to bring her bill. "Do you know if he was tall or short, dark or fair?" continued the man in the corner, seemingly not the least disconcerted by the young girl's indifference. "Can you tell me at all what he was like?" "Of course I can," rejoined Polly impatiently, "but I don't see that my description of one of the customers of an ABC shop can have the slightest importance." He was silent for a minute, while his nervous fingers fumbled about in his capacious pockets in search of the inevitable piece of string. When he had found this necessary adjunct to thought, he viewed the young girl again through his half-closed lids, and added maliciously, "But supposing it were of paramount importance that you should give an accurate description of a man who sat next to you for half an hour today, how would you proceed?" "I should say that he was of medium height." 5'8", 9, or 10, he interrupted quietly. "How can one tell to an inch or two?" rejoined Polly crossly. "He was between colours." "What's that?" he inquired blandly. "Neither fair nor dark. His nose." "Well, what was his nose like? Will you sketch it?" I am not an artist. His nose was fairly straight. His eyes were neither dark nor light. His hair had the same striking peculiarity. He was neither short nor tall. His nose was neither aquiline nor snub. He recapitulated sarcastically. No, she retorted. He was just ordinary looking. Would you know him again, say tomorrow, and among a number of other men who were neither tall nor short, dark nor fair, aquiline nor snub-nosed, etc.? I don't know, I might. He was certainly not striking enough to be specially remembered. Exactly, he said, while he leant forward excitedly, for all the world like a jack-in-the-box let loose. Precisely. And you are a journalist. Call yourself one at least, and it should be part of your business to notice and describe people. I don't mean only the wonderful personage with the clear Saxon features, the fine blue eyes, the noble brow and classic face, but the average Englishman, say, of the middle classes, who is neither very tall nor very short, who wears a moustache which is neither fair nor dark, but which masks his mouth and a top hat, which hides the shape of his head and brow, a man, in fact, who dresses like hundreds of his fellow creatures, moves like them, speaks like them, has no peculiarity. Try to describe him, to recognize him, say a week hence, among his other 89 doubles. Worse still, to swear his life away, if he happened to be implicated in some crime, wherein your recognition of him would place the halter round his neck. Try that, I say, and having utterly failed you will more readily understand how one of the greatest scoundrels unhung is still at large, and why the mystery on the Underground Railway was never cleared up. I think it was the only time in my life that I was seriously tempted to give the police the benefit of my own views upon the matter. You see, though I admire the brute for his cleverness, I did not see that his being unpunished could possibly benefit anyone. In these days of tubes and motor traction of all kinds, the old-fashioned best, cheapest, and quickest route to City and West End is often deserted, and the good old metropolitan railway carriages cannot at any time be said to be overcrowded. Anyway, when that particular train steamed into Aldgate at about 4 p.m. on March the 18th last, the first-class carriages were all but empty. The guard marched up and down the platform looking into all the carriages to see if anyone had left a halfpenny evening paper behind for him, and opening the door of one of the first-class compartments, he noticed a lady sitting in the further corner, with her head turned away towards the window, evidently oblivious of the fact that on this line, Aldgate is the terminal station. "Where are you for, lady?" he said. The lady did not move, and the guard stepped into the carriage, thinking that perhaps the lady was asleep. He touched her arm lightly and looked into her face. In his own poetic language, he was struck all of a heap. In the glassy eyes, the ashen colour of the cheeks, the rigidity of the head, there was the unmistakable look of death. Hastily the guard, having carefully locked the carriage door, summoned a couple of porters, and sent one of them off to the police station, and the other in search of the station master. Fortunately, at this time of day, the up-E platform is not very crowded, all the traffic tending westward in the afternoon. It was only when an inspector and 2 police constables, accompanied by a detective in plain clothes, and a medical officer, appeared upon the scene and stood round a first-class railway compartment, that a few idlers realized that something unusual had occurred and crowded round, eager and curious. Thus it was that the later editions of the evening papers under the sensational heading Mysterious Suicide on the Underground Railway, had already an account of the extraordinary event. The medical officer had very soon come to the decision that the guard had not been mistaken, and that life was indeed extinct. The lady was young, and must have been very pretty, before the look of fright and horror had so terribly distorted her features. She was very elegantly dressed, and the more frivolous papers were able to give their feminine readers a detailed account of the unfortunate woman's gown, her shoes, hat, and gloves. It appears that one of the latter, the one on the right hand, was partly off, leaving the thumb and wrist bare. That hand held a small satchel, which the police opened, with a view to the possible identification of the deceased, but which was found to contain only a little loose silver, some smelling salts, and a small empty bottle, which was handed over to the medical officer for purposes of analysis. It was the presence of that small bottle which had caused the report to circulate freely that the mysterious case on the Underground Railway was one of suicide. Certain it was that neither about the lady's person nor in the appearance of the railway carriage was there the slightest sign of struggle or even of resistance. Only the look in the poor woman's eyes spoke of sudden terror, of the rapid vision of an unexpected and violent death, which probably only lasted an infinitesimal fraction of a second, but which had left its indelible mark upon the face, otherwise so placid and so still. The body of the deceased was conveyed to the mortuary. So far, of course, not a soul had been able to identify her or to throw the slightest light upon the mystery which hung around her death. Against that, quite a crowd of idlers, genuinely interested or not, obtained admission to view the body, on the pretext of having lost or mislaid a relative or a friend. At about 8:30 p.m., a young man, very well dressed, drove up to the station in a hansom and sent in his card to the superintendent. It was Mr. Hazeldine, shipping agent of 11 Crown Lane, E.C., and number 19, Addison Row, Kensington. The young man looked in a pitiable state of mental distress. His hand clutched nervously a copy of the St. James Gazette, which contained the fatal news. He had not felt really anxious until half an hour ago, when suddenly he thought of looking at his paper. The description of the deceased lady, though vague, had terribly alarmed him. He had jumped into a hansom and now begged permission to view the body, in order that his worst fears might be allayed. You know what followed, of course, continued the man in the corner. The grief of the young man was truly pitiable. In the woman lying there in a public mortuary before him, Mr. Hazeldine had recognized his wife. "I am waxing melodramatic," said the man in the corner, who looked up at Polly with a mild and gentle smile, while his nervous fingers vainly endeavoured to add another knot on the scrappy bit of string with which he was continually playing. "And I fear that the whole story savours of the penny novelette. But you must admit, and no doubt you remember, that it was an intensely pathetic and truly dramatic moment. The unfortunate young husband of the deceased lady was not much worried with questions that night. As a matter of fact, he was not in a fit condition to make any coherent statement. It was at the coroner's inquest on the following day that certain facts came to light, which for the time being seemed to clear up the mystery surrounding Mrs. Hazeldine's death, only to plunge that same mystery later on into denser gloom than before. The first witness at the inquest was, of course, Mr. Hazeldine himself, I think everyone's sympathy went out to the young man as he stood before the coroner and tried to throw what light he could upon the mystery. He was well dressed, as he had been the day before, but he looked terribly ill and worried, and no doubt the fact that he had not shaved gave his face a careworn and neglected air. It appears that he and the deceased had been married some 6 years or so, and that they had always been happy in their married life. They had no children. Mrs. Hazeldene seemed to enjoy the best of health, till lately, when she had had a slight attack of influenza, in which Dr. Arthur Jones had attended her. The doctor was present at this moment, and would no doubt explain to the coroner and the jury whether he thought that Mrs. Hazeldene had the slightest tendency to heart disease, which might have had a sudden and fatal ending. The coroner was, of course, very considerate to the bereaved husband. He tried by circumlocution to get at the point he wanted, namely, Mrs. Hazeldene's mental condition lately. Mr. Hazeldene seemed loath to talk about this. No doubt he had been warned as to the existence of the small bottle found in his wife's satchel. It certainly did seem to me at times. He at last reluctantly admitted that my wife did not seem quite herself. She used to be very gay and bright, and lately I often saw her in the evening sitting as if brooding over some matters, which evidently she did not care to communicate to me. Still the coroner insisted, and suggested the small bottle. I know, replied the young man with a short, heavy sigh. You mean the question of suicide? I cannot understand it at all. It seems so sudden and so terrible. She certainly had seemed listless and troubled lately, but only at times. And yesterday morning, when I went to business, she appeared quite herself again, and I suggested that we should go to the opera in the evening. She was delighted, I know, and told me she would do some shopping and pay a few calls in the afternoon. Do you know at all where she intended to go when she got into the Underground Railway? Well, not with certainty. You see, she may have meant to get out at Baker Street and go down to Bond Street to do her shopping. Then again, she sometimes goes to a shop in St. Paul's Churchyard, in which case she would take a ticket to Aldersgate Street. But I cannot say. Now, Mr. Hazeldene, said the coroner at last very kindly, will you try to tell me if there was anything in Mrs. Hazeldene's life which you know of, and which might in some measure explain the cause of the distressed state of mind, which you yourself had noticed? Did there exist any financial difficulty which might have preyed upon Mrs. Hazeldene's mind? Was there any friend to whose intercourse with Mrs. Hazeldene you, at any time took exception? In fact, added the coroner, as if thankful that he had got over an unpleasant moment, can you give me the slightest indication which would tend to confirm the suspicion that the unfortunate lady, in a moment of mental anxiety or derangement, may have wished to take her own life? There was silence in the court for a few moments. Mr. Hazeldene seemed to everyone there present to be labouring under some terrible moral doubt. He looked very pale and wretched, and twice attempted to speak before he at last said in scarcely audible tones, No, there were no financial difficulties of any sort. My wife had an independent fortune of her own. She had no extravagant tastes. Nor any friend you at any time objected to? Insisted the coroner. Nor any friend I at any time objected to, stammered the unfortunate young man, evidently speaking with an effort. I was present at the inquest, resumed the man in the corner, after he had drunk a glass of milk and ordered another. and I can assure you that the most obtuse person there plainly realized that Mr. Hazeldine was telling a lie. It was pretty plain to the meanest intelligence that the unfortunate lady had not fallen into a state of morbid dejection for nothing, and that perhaps there existed a third person who could throw more light on her strange and sudden death than the unhappy, bereaved young widower. That the death was more mysterious even than it had at first appeared became very soon apparent. You read the case at the time, no doubt, and must remember the excitement in the public mind caused by the evidence of the two doctors. Dr. Arthur Jones, the lady's usual medical man, who had attended her in a last, very slight illness, and who had seen her in a professional capacity fairly recently, declared most emphatically that Mrs. Hazeldine suffered from no organic complaint which could possibly have been the cause of sudden death. Moreover, he had assisted Mr. Andrew Thornton, the district medical officer, in making a post-mortem examination, and together they had come to the conclusion that death was due to the action of prussic acid, which had caused instantaneous failure of the heart. But how the drug had been administered, neither he nor his colleague were at present able to state. Do I understand then, Dr. Jones, that the deceased died poisoned with prussic acid? Such is my opinion, replied the doctor. Did the bottle found in her satchel contain prussic acid? It had contained some at one time, certainly. In your opinion, then, the lady caused her own death by taking a dose of that drug? Pardon me, I never suggested such a thing. The lady died poisoned by the drug, but how the drug was administered we cannot say. By injection of some sort, certainly. The drug certainly was not swallowed. There was not a vestige of it in the stomach. Yes, added the doctor in reply to another question from the coroner. Death had probably followed the injection in this case almost immediately. Say within a couple of minutes, or perhaps 3. It was quite possible that the body would not have more than one quick and sudden convulsion, perhaps not that. Death in such cases is absolutely sudden and crushing. I don't think that at the time anyone in the room realized how important the doctor's statement was. A statement which, by the way, was confirmed in all its details by the district medical officer who had conducted the post-mortem. Mrs. Hazeldine had died suddenly from an injection of prussic acid, administered no one knew how or when. She had been travelling in a first-class railway carriage in a busy time of the day. That young and elegant woman must have had singular nerve and coolness to go through the process of a self-inflicted injection of a deadly poison in the presence of perhaps 2 or 3 other persons. Mind you, when I say that no one there realized the importance of the doctor's statement at that moment, I am wrong. There were 3 persons who fully understood at once the gravity of the situation and the astounding development which the case was beginning to assume. Of course, I should have put myself out of the question, added the weird old man, with that inimitable self-conceit peculiar to himself. I guessed, then and there, in a moment, where the police were going wrong, and where they would go on going wrong, until the mysterious death on the underground railway had sunk into oblivion, together with the other cases, which they mismanaged from time to time. I said there were 3 persons who understood the gravity of the 2 doctors' statements. The other 2 were, firstly, the detective who had originally examined the railway carriage, a young man of energy and plenty of misguided intelligence. The other was Mr. Hazeldine. At this point, the interesting element of the whole story was first introduced into the proceedings, and this was done through the humble channel of Emma Funnell, Mrs. Hazeldine's maid, who, as far as was known then, was the last person who had seen the unfortunate lady alive and had spoken to her. Mrs. Hazeldine lunched at home, explained Emma, who was shy and spoke almost in a whisper. She seemed well and cheerful. She went out at about 3:30 and told me she was going to Spence's in St. Paul's Churchyard to try on her new tailor-made gown. Mrs. Hazeldine had meant to go there in the morning, but was prevented as Mr. Errington called. "Mr. Errington?" asked the coroner casually. "Who is Mr. Errington?" But this Emma found difficult to explain. Mr. Errington was Mr. Errington, that's all. Mr. Errington was a friend of the family. He lived in a flat in the Albert Mansions. He very often came to Addison Row and generally stayed late. Pressed still further with questions, Emma at last stated that latterly Mrs. Hazeldine had been to the theatre several times with Mr. Errington, and that on those nights the master looked very gloomy and was very cross. Recalled, the young widower was strangely reticent. He gave forth his answers very grudgingly, and the coroner was evidently absolutely satisfied with himself at the marvellous way in which, after a quarter of an hour of firm yet very kind questionings, he had elicited from the witness what information he wanted. Mr. Errington was a friend of his wife. He was a gentleman of means, and seemed to have a great deal of time at his command. He himself did not particularly care about Mr. Errington, but he certainly had never made any observations to his wife on the subject. "But who is Mr. Errington?" repeated the coroner once more. "What does he do? What is his business or profession?" "He has no business or profession." "What is his occupation, then?" "He has no special occupation. He has ample private means, but he has a great and very absorbing hobby." "What is that?" "He spends all his time in chemical experiments and is, I believe, as an amateur, a very distinguished toxicologist." "Did you ever see Mr. Errington, the gentleman so closely connected with the mysterious death on the Underground Railway?" asked the man in the corner, as he placed one or two of his little snapshot photos before Miss Polly Burton. "There he is, to the very life. Fairly good-looking, a pleasant face enough, but ordinary, absolutely ordinary." It was this absence of any peculiarity which very nearly, but not quite, placed the halter round Mr. Errington's neck. But I am going too fast, and you will lose the thread. The public, of course, never heard how it actually came about that Mr. Errington, the wealthy bachelor of Albert Mansions, of the Grosvenor, and other young dandies' clubs, one fine day found himself before the magistrates at Bow Street, charged with being concerned in the death of Mary Beatrice Hazeldine, late of number 19, Addison Row. I can assure you, both press and public were literally flabbergasted. You see, Mr. Errington was a well-known and very popular member of a certain smart section of London society. He was a constant visitor at the opera, the racecourse, the park, and the Carlton. He had a great many friends, and there was consequently quite a large attendance at the police court that morning. What had transpired was this. After the very scrappy bits of evidence which came to light at the inquest, two gentlemen bethought themselves that perhaps they had some duty to perform towards the state and the public generally. Accordingly, they had come forward, offering to throw what light they could upon the mysterious affair on the Underground Railway. The police naturally felt that their information, such as it was, came rather late in the day. But as it proved of paramount importance, and the two gentlemen, moreover, were of undoubtedly good position in the world, they were thankful for what they could get and acted accordingly. They accordingly brought Mr. Errington up before the magistrate on a charge of murder. The accused looked pale and worried when I first caught sight of him in the court that day, which was not to be wondered at, considering the terrible position in which he found himself. He had been arrested at Marseille, where he was preparing to start for Colombo. I don't think he realized how terrible his position really was until later in the proceedings, when all the evidence relating to the arrest had been heard, and Emma Funnell had repeated her statement as to Mr. Errington's call at 19 Addison Row in the morning, and Mrs. Hazeldine starting off for St. Paul's Churchyard at 3:30 in the afternoon. Mr. Hazeldine had nothing to add to the statements he had made at the coroner's inquest. He had last seen his wife alive on the morning of the fatal day. She had seemed very well and cheerful. I think everyone present understood that he was trying to say as little as possible that could in any way couple his deceased wife's name with that of the accused. And yet, from the servant's evidence, it undoubtedly leaked out that Mrs. Hazeldine, who was young, pretty, and evidently fond of admiration, had once or twice annoyed her husband by her somewhat open yet perfectly innocent flirtation with Mr. Errington. I think everyone was most agreeably impressed by the widower's moderate and dignified attitude. You will see his photo there, among this bundle. That is just how he appeared in court. In deep black, of course, but without any sign of ostentation in his mourning. He had allowed his beard to grow lately, and wore it closely cut in a point. After his evidence, the sensation of the day occurred. A tall, dark-haired man, with the word City written metaphorically all over him, had kissed the book, and was waiting to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth. He gave his name as Andrew Campbell, head of the firm of Campbell and Company, brokers, of Throgmorton Street. In the afternoon of March 18th, Mr. Campbell, travelling on the Underground Railway, had noticed a very pretty woman in the same carriage as himself. She had asked him if she was in the right train for Aldersgate. Mr. Campbell replied in the affirmative, and then buried himself in the Stock Exchange quotations of his evening paper. At Gower Street, a gentleman in a tweed suit and bowler hat got into the carriage and took a seat opposite the lady. She seemed very much astonished at seeing him, but Mr. Andrew Campbell did not recollect the exact words she said. The two talked to one another a good deal, and certainly the lady appeared animated and cheerful. Witness took no notice of them. He was very much engrossed in some calculations, and finally got out at Farringdon Street. He noticed that the man in the tweed suit also got out close behind him, having shaken hands with the lady, and said in a pleasant way, "Au revoir, don't be late tonight." Mr. Campbell did not hear the lady's reply, and soon lost sight of the man in the crowd. Everyone was on tenterhooks, and eagerly waiting for the palpitating moment when witness would describe and identify the man who last had seen and spoken to the unfortunate woman, within 5 minutes probably of her strange and unaccountable death. Personally, I knew what was coming before the Scotch stockbroker spoke. I could have jotted down the graphic and lifelike description he would give of a probable murderer. It would have fitted equally well the man who sat and had luncheon at this table just now. It would certainly have described 5 out of every 10 young Englishmen you know. The individual was of medium height. He wore a moustache which was not very fair nor yet very dark. His hair was between colours. He wore a bowler hat and a tweed suit, and that was all. Mr. Campbell might perhaps know him again, but then again he might not. He was not paying much attention. The gentleman was sitting on the same side of the carriage as himself, and he had his hat on all the time. He himself was busy with his newspaper. Yes, he might know him again, but he really could not say. Mr. Andrew Campbell's evidence was not worth very much, you will say. No, it was not in itself, and would not have justified any arrest were it not for the additional statements made by Mr. James Verner, manager of Messrs. Rodney and Coburn, colour printers. Mr. Verner is a personal friend of Mr. Andrew Campbell, and it appears that at Farringdon Street, where he was waiting for his train, he saw Mr. Campbell get out of a first-class railway carriage. Mr. Verner spoke to him for a second, and then, just as the train was moving off, he stepped into the same compartment which had just been vacated by the stockbroker and the man in the tweed suit. He vaguely recollects a lady sitting in the opposite corner to his own, with her face turned away from him, apparently asleep, but he paid no special attention to her. He was like nearly all businessmen when they are travelling, engrossed in his paper. Presently, a special quotation interested him. He wished to make a note of it, took out a pencil from his waistcoat pocket, and seeing a clean piece of pasteboard on the floor, he picked it up and scribbled on it the memorandum which he wished to keep. He then slipped the card into his pocketbook. It was only 2 or 3 days later, added Mr. Verner in the midst of breathless silence, that I had occasion to refer to these same notes again. In the meanwhile, the papers had been full of the mysterious death on the Underground Railway, and the names of those connected with it were pretty familiar to me. It was, therefore, with much astonishment that on looking at the pasteboard which I had casually picked up in the railway carriage, I saw the name on it, Frank Errington. There was no doubt that the sensation in court was almost unprecedented. Never since the days of the Fenchurch Street mystery and the trial of Smethurst had I seen so much excitement. Mind you, I was not excited. I knew by now every detail of that crime, as if I had committed it myself. In fact, I could not have done it better, although I have been a student of crime for many years now. Many people there, his friends mostly, believed that Errington was doomed. I think he thought so too, for I could see that his face was terribly white, and he now and then passed his tongue over his lips as if they were parched. You see, he was in the awful dilemma, a perfectly natural one by the way, of being absolutely incapable of proving an alibi. The crime, if crime there was, had been committed 3 weeks ago. A man about town like Mr. Frank Errington might remember that he spent certain hours of a special afternoon at his club or in the park, but it is very doubtful in 9 cases out of 10 if he can find a friend who could positively swear as to having seen him there. No, Mr. Errington was in a tight corner, and he knew it. You see, there were, besides the evidence, 2 or 3 circumstances which did not improve matters for him. His hobby in the direction of toxicology, to begin with. The police had found in his room every description of poisonous substances, including prussic acid. Then again, that journey to Marseille, the start for Colombo, was, though perfectly innocent, a very unfortunate one. Mr. Errington had gone on an aimless voyage, but the public thought that he had fled, terrified at his own crime. Sir Arthur Inglewood, however, here again displayed his marvellous skill on behalf of his client, by the masterly way in which he literally turned all the witnesses for the Crown inside out. Having first got Mr. Andrew Campbell to state positively that in the accused he certainly did not recognize the man in the tweed suit, the eminent lawyer, after 20 minutes cross-examination, had so completely upset the stockbroker's equanimity that it is very likely he would not have recognized his own office boy. But through all his flurry and all his annoyance, Mr. Andrew Campbell remained very sure of one thing, namely, that the lady was alive and cheerful, and talking pleasantly with the man in the tweed suit, up to the moment when the latter, having shaken hands with her, left her with a pleasant au revoir. Don't be late tonight. He had heard neither scream nor struggle, and in his opinion, if the individual in the tweed suit had administered a dose of poison to his companion, it must have been with her own knowledge and free will, and the lady in the train most emphatically neither looked nor spoke, like a woman prepared for a sudden and violent death. Mr. James Verner, against that, swore equally positively that he had stood in full view of the carriage door from the moment that Mr. Campbell got out until he himself stepped into the compartment, that there was no one else in that carriage between Farringdon Street and Aldersgate, and that the lady, to the best of his belief, had made no movement during the whole of that journey. No. Frank Errington was not committed for trial on the capital charge, said the man in the corner, with one of his sardonic smiles, thanks to the cleverness of Sir Arthur Inglewood, his lawyer. He absolutely denied his identity with the man in the tweed suit, and swore he had not seen Mrs. Hazeldene since 11 o'clock in the morning of that fatal day. There was no proof that he had. Moreover, according to Mr. Campbell's opinion, the man in the tweed suit was in all probability not the murderer. Common sense would not admit that a woman could have a deadly poison injected into her without her knowledge, while chatting pleasantly to her murderer. Mr. Errington lives abroad now. He is about to marry. I don't think any of his real friends for a moment believed that he committed the dastardly crime. The police think they know better. They do know this much, that it could not have been a case of suicide, that if the man who undoubtedly travelled with Mrs. Hazeldene on that fatal afternoon had no crime upon his conscience, he would long ago have come forward and thrown what light he could upon the mystery. As to who that man was, the police in their blindness have not the faintest doubt. Under the unshakable belief that Errington is guilty, they have spent the last few months in unceasing labour to try and find further and stronger proofs of his guilt. But they won't find them, because there are none. There are no positive proofs against the actual murderer, for he was one of those clever blackguards who think of everything, foresee every eventuality, who know human nature well, and can foretell exactly what evidence will be brought against them, and act accordingly. This blackguard from the first kept the figure, the personality of Frank Errington before his mind. Frank Errington was the dust which the scoundrel threw metaphorically in the eyes of the police, and you must admit that he succeeded in blinding them, to the extent even of making them entirely forget the one simple little sentence overheard by Mr. Andrew Campbell, and which was, of course, the clue to the whole thing. The only slip the cunning rogue made. Au revoir. Don't be late tonight. Mrs. Hazeldine was going that night to the opera with her husband. You are astonished, he added with a shrug of the shoulders. You do not see the tragedy yet, as I have seen it before me all along. The frivolous young wife, the flirtation with the friend, all a blind, all pretense. I took the trouble, which the police should have taken immediately, of finding out something about the finances of the Hazeldine menage. Money is in 9 cases out of 10 the keynote to a crime. I found that the will of Mary Beatrice Hazeldine had been proved by the husband, her sole executor, the estate being sworn at £15,000. I found out, moreover, that Mr. Edward Sholto Hazeldine was a poor shipper's clerk when he married the daughter of a wealthy builder in Kensington. And then I made note of the fact that the disconsolate widower had allowed his beard to grow since the death of his wife. There's no doubt that he was a clever rogue, added the strange creature, leaning excitedly over the table and peering into Polly's face. Do you know how that deadly poison was injected into the poor woman's system? By the simplest of all means, one known to every scoundrel in southern Europe. A ring. Yes, a ring, which has a tiny hollow needle capable of holding a sufficient quantity of prussic acid to have killed 2 persons instead of 1. The man in the tweed suit shook hands with his fair companion. Probably she hardly felt the prick, not sufficiently in any case to make her utter a scream. And, mind you, the scoundrel had every facility, through his friendship with Mr. Errington, of procuring what poison he required, not to mention his friend's visiting card. We cannot gauge how many months ago he began to try and copy Frank Errington in his style of dress. The cut of his moustache, his general appearance, making the change probably so gradual that no one in his own entourage would notice it. He selected for his model a man his own height and build, with the same coloured hair. But there was the terrible risk of being identified by his fellow traveller in the underground, suggested Polly. Yes, there certainly was that risk. He chose to take it, and he was wise. He reckoned that several days would in any case elapse before that person, who, by the way, was a businessman absorbed in his newspaper, would actually see him again. The great secret of successful crime is to study human nature, added the man in the corner, as he began looking for his hat and coat. Edward Hazeldine knew it well. But the ring? He may have bought that when he was on his honeymoon, he suggested with a grim chuckle. The tragedy was not planned in a week. It may have taken years to mature. But you will own that there goes a frightful scoundrel unhung. I have left you his photograph as he was a year ago, and as he is now. You will see he has shaved his beard again, but also his moustache. I fancy he is a friend now of Mr. Andrew Campbell. He left her wondering. I don't know what I did believe. His whole story sounded so far-fetched and strange. Was he really giving me the results of continued thought? Or was he experimenting as to exactly how far the credulity of a lady novelist could go? He left Miss Polly Burton wondering, not knowing what to believe. and that is why she missed her appointment with Mr. Richard Frobisher of the London Mail to go and see Maud Allen dance at the Palace Theatre that afternoon. The Redhill Sisterhood by Catherine Louisa Purkis. "They want you at Redhill now," said Mr. Dyer, taking a packet of papers from one of his pigeonholes. The idea seems gaining ground in Manley Quarters that in cases of mere suspicion, women detectives are more satisfactory than men, for they are less likely to attract attention, and this Redhill affair, so far as I can make out, is one of suspicion only. It was a dreary November morning. Every gas jet in the Lynch Court office was alight, and a yellow curtain of outside fog draped its narrow windows. Nevertheless, I suppose one can't afford to leave it uninvestigated at this season of the year, with country house robberies beginning in so many quarters, said Miss Brooke. No, and the circumstances in this case certainly seem to point in the direction of the country house burglar. 2 days ago, a somewhat curious application was made privately by a man giving the name of John Murray to Inspector Gunning of the Reigate Police, Redhill, I must tell you, is in the Reigate Police District. Murray stated that he had been a greengrocer somewhere in South London, had sold his business there, and had, with the proceeds of the sale, bought 2 small houses in Redhill, intending to let the one and live in the other. These houses are situated in a blind alley known as Paved Court, a narrow turning leading off the London and Brighton Coach Road. Paved Court has been known to the sanitary authorities for the past 10 years as a regular fever nest, and as the houses which Murray bought, numbers 7 and 8, stand at the very end of the blind alley, with no chance of thorough ventilation. I dare say the man got them for next to nothing. He told the inspector that he had had great difficulty in procuring a tenant for the house he wished to let, number 8, and that consequently when, about 3 weeks back, a lady, dressed as a nun, made him an offer for it, he immediately closed with her. The lady gave her name simply as Sister Monica, and stated that she was a member of an undenominational sisterhood that had recently been founded by a wealthy lady who wished her name kept a secret. Sister Monica gave no references, but instead paid a quarter's rent in advance, saying that she wished to take possession of the house immediately and open it as a home for crippled orphans. Gave no references. Home for cripples, murmured Loveday, scribbling hard and fast in her notebook. Murray made no objection to this, continued Mr. Dyer, and, accordingly, the next day, Sister Monica, accompanied by 3 other sisters and some sickly children, took possession of the house, which they furnished with the barest possible necessaries from cheap shops in the neighbourhood. For a time, Murray said, he thought he had secured most desirable tenants, but during the last 10 days, suspicions as to their real character have entered his mind, and these suspicions he thought it his duty to communicate to the police. Among their possessions, it seems these sisters number an old donkey and a tiny cart, and this they start daily on a sort of begging tour through the adjoining villages, bringing back every evening a perfect hoard of broken victuals and bundles of old garments. Now comes the extraordinary fact on which Murray bases his suspicions. He says, and Gunning verifies his statement, that in whatever direction those sisters turn the wheels of their donkey cart, burglaries, or attempts at burglaries, are sure to follow. A week ago, they went along towards Hawley, where, at an outlying house, they received much kindness from a wealthy gentleman. That very night, an attempt was made to break into that gentleman's house. An attempt, however, that was happily frustrated by the barking of the house dog, and so on, in other instances that I need not go into. Murray suggests that it might be as well to have the daily movements of these sisters closely watched, and that extra vigilance should be exercised by the police in the districts that have had the honour of a morning call from them. Gunning coincides with this idea, and so has sent to me to secure your services. Loveday closed her notebook. I suppose Gunning will meet me somewhere and tell me where I'm to take up my quarters. She said, yes. He will get into your carriage at Merstham, the station before Redhill, if you will put your hand out of window with the morning paper in it. By the way, he takes it for granted that you will save the 11:05 train from Victoria. Murray, it seems, has been good enough to place his little house at the disposal of the police, but Gunning does not think espionage could be so well carried on there as from other quarters. The presence of a stranger in an alley of that sort is bound to attract attention. So he has hired a room for you in a draper's shop that immediately faces the head of the court. There is a private door to this shop of which you will have the key, and can let yourself in and out as you please. You are supposed to be a nursery governess on the lookout for a situation, and Gunning will keep you supplied with letters to give colour to the idea. He suggests that you need only occupy the room during the day. At night, you will find far more comfortable quarters at Laker's Hotel, just outside the town. This was about the sum total of the instructions that Mr. Dyer had to give. The 11:05 train from Victoria, that carried Loveday to her work among the Surrey hills, did not get clear of the London fog till well away on the other side of Purley. When the train halted at Merstham, in response to her signal, a tall, soldier-like individual made for her carriage, and jumping in, took the seat facing her. He introduced himself to her as Inspector Gunning, recalled to her memory a former occasion on which they had met, and then, naturally enough, turned the talk upon the present suspicious circumstances they were bent upon investigating. It won't do for you and me to be seen together, he said. Of course, I am known for miles round, and anyone seen in my company will be at once set down as my coadjutor and spied upon accordingly. I walked from Redhill to Merstham on purpose to avoid recognition on the platform at Redhill, and halfway here, to my great annoyance, found that I was being followed by a man in a workman's dress and carrying a basket of tools. I doubled, however, and gave him the slip, taking a shortcut down a lane, which, if he had been living in the place, he would have known as well as I did. By Jove! This was added with a sudden start. There is the fellow, I declare. He has weathered me after all, and has no doubt taken good stock of us both, with the train going at this snail's pace. It was unfortunate that your face should have been turned toward that window, Miss Brooke. My veil is something of a disguise, and I will put on another cloak before he has a chance of seeing me again, said Loveday. All she had seen in the brief glimpse that the train had allowed was a tall, powerfully built man walking along a siding of the line. His cap was drawn low over his eyes, and in his hand he carried a workman's basket. Gunning seemed much annoyed at the circumstance. Instead of landing at Redhill, he said, we'll go on to Three Bridges and wait there for a Brighton train to bring us back. that will enable you to get to your room somewhere between the lights. I don't want to have you spotted before you've so much as started your work." Then they went back to their discussion of the Redhill Sisterhood. "They call themselves undenominational, whatever that means," said Gunning. "They say they are connected with no religious sect whatever. They attend sometimes one place of worship, sometimes another, sometimes none at all. They refuse to give up the name of the founder of their order, and really no one has any right to demand it of them. For, as no doubt you see, up to the present moment the case is one of mere suspicion, and it may be a pure coincidence that attempts at burglary have followed their footsteps in this neighborhood. By the way, I have heard of a man's face being enough to hang him, but until I saw Sister Monica's, I never saw a woman's face that could perform the same kind office for her. Of all the lowest criminal types of faces I have ever seen, I think hers is about the lowest and most repulsive." After the sisters, they passed in review the chief families resident in the neighborhood. "This," said Gunning, unfolding a paper, "is a map I have specially drawn up for you. It takes in the district for 10 miles round Redhill, and every country house of any importance is marked with it in red ink. Here, in addition, is an index to those houses, with special notes of my own to every house." Loveday studied the map for a minute or so, then turned her attention to the index. "Those 4 houses you've marked, I see, are those that have been already attempted. Murray, it seems, has been good enough to place his little house at the disposal of the police, but Gunning doesn't think espionage could be so well carried on there as from other quarters. The presence of a stranger in an alley of that sort is bound to attract attention. So he has hired a room for you in a draper's shop that immediately faces the head of the court. There is a private door to this shop of which you will have the key, and can let yourself in and out as you please. You are supposed to be a nursery governess on the lookout for a situation, and Gunning will keep you supplied with letters to give colour to the idea. He suggests that you need only occupy the room during the day. At night, you will find far more comfortable quarters at Laker's Hotel, just outside the town." This was about the sum total of the instructions that Mr. Dyer had to give. The 11:05 train from Victoria, that carried Loveday to her work among the Surrey Hills, did not get clear of the London fog till well away on the other side of Purley. When the train halted at Merstham, in response to her signal, a tall, soldier-like individual made for her carriage, and jumping in, took the seat facing her. He introduced himself to her as Inspector Gunning, recalled to her memory a former occasion on which they had met, and then, naturally enough, turned the talk upon the present suspicious circumstances they were bent upon investigating. "It won't do for you and me to be seen together," he said. "Of course, I am known for miles round, and anyone seen in my company would be at once set down as my coadjutor and spied upon accordingly. I walked from Redhill to Merstham on purpose to avoid recognition on the platform at Redhill, and halfway here, to my great annoyance, found that I was being followed by a man in a workman's dress and carrying a basket of tools. I doubled, however, and gave him the slip, taking a shortcut down a lane which, if he had been living in the place, he would have known as well as I did. By Jove!" This was added with a sudden start. "There is the fellow, I declare. He has weathered me after all, and has no doubt taken good stock of us both, with the train going at this snail's pace. It was unfortunate that your face should have been turned towards that window, Miss Brooke. My veil is something of a disguise, and I will put on another cloak before he has a chance of seeing me again," said Loveday. All she had seen in the brief glimpse that the train had allowed was a tall, powerfully built man walking along a siding of the line. His cap was drawn low over his eyes, and in his hand he carried a workman's basket. Gunning seemed much annoyed at the circumstance. "Instead of landing at Redhill," he said, "we'll go on to Three Bridges and wait there for a Brighton train to bring us back. That will enable you to get to your room somewhere between the lights. I don't want to have you spotted before you've so much as started your work." Then they went back to their discussion of the Redhill Sisterhood. "They call themselves undenominational, whatever that means," said Gunning. "They say they are connected with no religious sect whatever. They attend sometimes one place of worship, sometimes another, sometimes none at all. They refuse to give up the name of the founder of their order, and really no one has any right to demand it of them, for, as no doubt you see, up to the present moment the case is one of mere suspicion, and it may be a pure coincidence that attempts at burglary have followed their footsteps in this neighborhood. By the way, I have heard of a man's face being enough to hang him, but until I saw Sister Monica's, I never saw a woman's face that could perform the same kind office for her. Of all the lowest criminal types of faces I have ever seen, I think hers is about the lowest and most repulsive." After the sisters, they passed in review the chief families resident in the neighborhood. "This," said Gunning, unfolding a paper, "is a map I have specially drawn up for you. It takes in the district for 10 miles round Redhill, and every country house of any importance is marked with it in red ink. Here, in addition, is an index to those houses with special notes of my own to every house." Loveday studied the map for a minute or so, then turned her attention to the index. "Those 4 houses you've marked, I see, are those that have been already attempted. I don't think I'll run them through, but I'll mark them doubtful. You see, the gang, for of course it is a gang, might follow our reasoning on the matter and look upon those houses as our weak point. Here's one I'll run through. House empty during winter months. That means plate and jewelry sent to the bankers. Oh, and this one may as well be crossed off. Father and 4 sons, all athletes and sportsmen. That means firearms always handy. I don't think burglars will be likely to trouble them. Ah, now we come to something. Here's a house to be marked tempting in a burglar's list. Wootton Hall, lately changed hands and rebuilt, with complicated passages and corridors. Splendid family plate in daily use and left entirely to the care of the butler. I wonder, does the master of that house trust to his complicated passages to preserve his plate for him? A dismissed, dishonest servant would supply a dozen maps of the place for half a sovereign. What do these initials E.L. against the next house in the list, North Cape, stand for? Electric lighted. I think you might almost cross that house off also. I consider electric lighting one of the greatest safeguards against burglars that a man can give his house. Yes, if he doesn't rely exclusively upon it, it might be a nasty trap under certain circumstances. I see this gentleman also has magnificent presentation and other plate. Yes, Mr. Jameson is a wealthy man, and very popular in the neighborhood. His cups and epergnes are worth looking at. Is it the only house in the district that is lighted with electricity? Yes, and, begging your pardon, Miss Brooke, I only wish it were not so. If electric lighting were generally in vogue, it would save the police a lot of trouble on these dark winter nights. The burglars would find some way of meeting such a condition of things, depend upon it. They have reached a very high development in these days. They no longer stalk about as they did 50 years ago with blunderbuss and bludgeon. They plot, plan, contrive, and bring imagination and artistic resource to their aid. By the way, it often occurs to me that the popular detective stories, for which there seems too large a demand at the present day, must be at times uncommonly useful to the criminal classes. At Three Bridges they had to wait so long for a return train that it was nearly dark when Loveday got back to Redhill. Mr. Gunning did not accompany her thither, having alighted at a previous station. Loveday had directed her portmanteau to be sent direct to Lakers Hotel, where she had engaged a room by telegram from Victoria Station. So, unburdened by luggage, she slipped quietly out of the Redhill station and made her way straight for the draper's shop in the London Road. She had no difficulty in finding it, thanks to the minute directions given her by the inspector. Street lamps were being lighted in the sleepy little town as she went along, and as she turned into the London Road, shopkeepers were lighting up their windows on both sides of the way. A few yards down this road, a dark patch between the lighted shops showed her where paved court led off from the thoroughfare. A side door of one of the shops that stood at the corner of the court seemed to offer a post of observation whence she could see without being seen. And here, Loveday, shrinking into the shadows, ensconced herself in order to take stock of the little alley and its inhabitants. She found it much as it had been described to her, a collection of 4-roomed houses of which more than half were unlet. Numbers 7 and 8 at the head of the court presented a slightly less neglected appearance than the other tenements. Number 7 stood in total darkness, but in the upper window of number 8 there showed what seemed to be a night light burning. So Loveday conjectured that this possibly was the room set apart as a dormitory for the little cripples. While she stood thus surveying the home of the suspected sisterhood, the sisters themselves, 2 at least of them, came into view with their donkey cart and their cripples in the main road. It was an odd little cortege. One sister, habited in a nun's dress of dark blue serge, led the donkey by the bridle. Another sister, similarly attired, walked alongside the low cart, in which were seated 2 sickly-looking children. They were consequently returning from one of their long country circuits, and unless they had lost their way and been belated, it certainly seemed a late hour for the sickly little cripples to be abroad. As they passed under the gas lamp at the corner of the court, Loveday caught a glimpse of the faces of the sisters. It was easy, with Inspector Gunning's description before her mind, to identify the older and taller woman as Sister Monica, and a more coarse-featured and generally repellent face Loveday admitted to herself she had never before seen. In striking contrast to this forbidding countenance was that of the younger sister. Loveday could only catch a brief passing view of it, but that one brief view was enough to impress it on her memory as of unusual sadness and beauty. As the donkey stopped at the corner of the court, Loveday heard this sad-looking young woman addressed as Sister Anna, by one of the cripples, who asked plaintively when they were going to have something to eat. "Now, at once," said Sister Anna, lifting the little one, as it seemed to Loveday, tenderly out of the cart, and carrying him on her shoulder down the court to the door of number 8, which opened to them at their approach. The other sister did the same with the other child. Then both sisters returned, unloaded the cart of sundry bundles and baskets, and this done, led off the old donkey and trap down the road, possibly to a neighbouring costermonger's stables. A man, coming along on a bicycle, exchanged a word of greeting with the sisters as they passed, then swung himself off his machine at the corner of the court and walked it along the paved way to the door of number 7. This he opened with a key and then, pushing the machine before him, entered the house. Loveday took it for granted that this man must be the John Murray of whom she had heard. She had closely scrutinized him as he had passed her, and had seen that he was a dark, well-featured man of about 50 years of age. She congratulated herself on her good fortune in having seen so much in such a brief space of time, and coming forth from her sheltered corner, turned her steps in the direction of the draper's shop on the other side of the road. It was easy to find it. Golightly was the singular name that figured above the shop front, in which were displayed a variety of goods calculated to meet the wants of servants and the poorer classes generally. A tall, powerfully built man appeared to be looking in at this window. Loveday's foot was on the doorstep of the draper's private entrance, her hand on the door knocker, when this individual, suddenly turning, convinced her of his identity with the journeyman workman who had so disturbed Mr. Gunning's equanimity. It was true, he wore a bowler instead of a journeyman's cap, and he no longer carried a basket of tools. But there was no possibility for anyone, with so good an eye for an outline as Loveday possessed, not to recognize the carriage of the head and shoulders as that of the man she had seen walking along the railway siding. He gave her no time to make minute observation of his appearance, but turned quickly away and disappeared down a by-street. Loveday's work seemed to bristle with difficulties now. Here was she, as it were, unearthed in her own ambush. For there could be but little doubt that during the whole time she had stood watching those sisters, that man, from a safe vantage point, had been watching her. She found Mrs. Golightly a civil and obliging person. She showed Loveday to her room above the shop, brought her the letters which Inspector Gunning had been careful to have posted to her during the day. Then she supplied her with pen and ink, and, in response to Loveday's request, with some strong coffee that she said, with a little attempt at a joke, would keep a dormouse awake all through the winter without winking. While the obliging landlady busied herself about the room, Loveday had a few questions to ask about the sisterhood who lived down the court opposite. On this head, however, Mrs. Golightly could tell her no more than she already knew, beyond the fact that they started every morning on their rounds at 11 o'clock punctually, and that before that hour they were never to be seen outside the door. Loveday's watch that night was to be a fruitless one. Although she sat with her lamp turned out and safely screened from observation until close upon midnight, with eyes fixed upon numbers 7 and 8 paved court, not so much as a door opening or shutting at either house rewarded her vigil. The lights flitted from the lower to the upper floors in both houses, and then, disappeared somewhere between 9 and 10 in the evening, and after that, not a sign of life did either tenement show. And all through the long hours of that watch, backwards and forwards, there seemed to flit before her mind's eye, as if in some sort it were fixed upon its retina, the sweet, sad face of Sister Anna. Why it was this face should so haunt her, she found it hard to say. It has a mournful past, and a mournful future written upon it as a hopeless whole, she said to herself. It is the face of an Andromeda. Here am I, it seems to say, tied to my stake, helpless and hopeless. The church clocks were sounding the midnight hour as Loveday made her way through the dark streets to her hotel outside the town. As she passed under the railway arch that ended in the open country road, the echo of not very distant footsteps caught her ear. When she stopped, they stopped. When she went on, they went on. And she knew that once more she was being followed and watched, although the darkness of the arch prevented her seeing even the shadow of the man who was thus dogging her steps. The next morning broke keen and frosty. Loveday studied her map and her country house index over a 7 o'clock breakfast, and then set off for a brisk walk along the country road. No doubt in London the streets were walled in and roofed with yellow fog. Here, however, bright sunshine played in and out the bare tree boughs and leafless hedges onto 1,000 frost spangles, turning the prosaic macadamized road into a gangway fit for Queen Titania herself and her fairy train. Loveday turned her back on the town and set herself to follow the road as it wound away over the hill in the direction of a village called Northfield. Early as she was not to have that road to herself. A team of strong horses trudged by on their way to their work in the fuller's earth pits. A young fellow on a bicycle flashed past at a tremendous pace, considering the upward slant of the road. He looked hard at her as he passed, then slackened pace, dismounted, and awaited her coming on the brow of the hill. "Good morning, Miss Brooke," he said, lifting his cap as she came alongside of him. "May I have 5 minutes' talk with you?" The young man who thus accosted her had not the appearance of a gentleman. He was a handsome, bright-faced young fellow of about 22, and was dressed in ordinary cyclist's dress. His cap was pushed back from his brow over thick, curly, fair hair, and Loveday, as she looked at him, could not repress the thought how well he would look at the head of a troop of cavalry, giving the order to charge the enemy. He led his machine to the side of the footpath. "You have the advantage of me," said Loveday. "I haven't the remotest notion who you are." "No," he said, "although I know you, you cannot possibly know me. I am a North Country man, and I was present about a month ago at the trial of old Mr. Craven of Troit's Hill. In fact, I acted as reporter for one of the local papers. I watched your face so closely as you gave your evidence that I should know it anywhere among 1,000. My father is part proprietor of one of the Newcastle papers. I am a bit of a literary man myself, and sometimes figure as a reporter, sometimes as leader writer to that paper." Here he gave a glance towards his side pocket, from which protruded a small volume of Tennyson's poems. The facts he had stated did not seem to invite comment, and Loveday ejaculated merely, "Indeed." The young man went back to the subject that was evidently filling his thoughts. "I have special reasons for being glad to have met you this morning, Miss Brooke," he went on, making his footsteps keep pace with hers. "I am in great trouble. and I believe you are the only person in the whole world who can help me out of that trouble. I am rather doubtful as to my power of helping anyone out of trouble, said Loveday. So far as my experience goes, our troubles are as much a part of ourselves as our skins are of our bodies. Ah, but not such trouble as mine, said White eagerly. He broke off for a moment, then with a sudden rush of words, told her what the trouble was. For the past year, he had been engaged to be married to a young girl, who until quite recently had been fulfilling the duties of a nursery governess in a large house in the neighborhood of Redhill. Would you kindly give me the name of that house? Interrupted Loveday. Certainly. Wootton Hall, the place is called, and Annie Lee is my sweetheart's name. I don't care who knows it. He threw his head back as he said this, as if he would be delighted to announce the fact to the whole world. Annie's mother, he went on, died when she was a baby, and we both thought her father was dead also, when suddenly, about a fortnight ago, it came to her knowledge that instead of being dead, he was serving his time at Portland for some offence committed years ago. Do you know how this came to Annie's knowledge? Not the least in the world. I only know that I suddenly got a letter from her announcing the fact, and at the same time breaking off her engagement with me. I tore the letter into 1,000 pieces and wrote back saying I would not allow the engagement to be broken off, but would marry her tomorrow if she would have me. To this letter she did not reply. There came instead a few lines from Mrs. Copeland, the lady at Wootton Hall, saying that Annie had thrown up her engagement and joined some sisterhood, and that she, Mrs. Copeland, had pledged her word to Annie to reveal to no one the name and whereabouts of that sisterhood. And I suppose you imagine I am able to do what Mrs. Copeland is pledged not to do. That's just it, Miss Brooke, cried the young man enthusiastically. You do such wonderful things. Everyone knows you do. It seems as if when anything is wanted to be found out, you just walk into a place, look round you, and in a moment everything becomes clear as noonday. I can't quite lay claim to such wonderful powers as that. As it happens, however, in the present instance no particular skill is needed to find out what you wish to know, for I fancy I have already come upon the traces of Miss Annie Lee. Miss Brooke. Of course, I cannot say for certain, but as a matter you can easily settle for yourself. Settle, too, in a way that will confer a great obligation on me. I shall be only too delighted to be of the slightest service to you, cried White, enthusiastically as before. Thank you. I will explain. I came down here specially to watch the movements of a certain sisterhood who have somehow aroused the suspicions of the police. Well, I find that instead of being able to do this, I am myself so closely watched, possibly by confederates of these sisters, that unless I can do my work by deputy, I may as well go back to town at once. Ah, I see. You want me to be that deputy? Precisely. I want you to go to the room in Redhill that I have hired, take your place at the window, screened, of course, from observation, at which I ought to be seated. Watch as closely as possible the movements of these sisters, and report them to me at the hotel, where I shall remain shut in from morning till night. It is the only way in which I can throw my persistent spies off the scent. Now, in doing this for me, you will be also doing yourself a good turn, for I have little doubt but what under the blue serge hood of one of the sisters you will discover the pretty face of Miss Annie Lee. As they had talked, they had walked, and now stood on the top of the hill at the head of the one little street that constituted the whole of the village of Northfield. On their left hand stood the village schools and the master's house. Nearly facing these, on the opposite side of the road, beneath a clump of elms, stood the village pound. Beyond this pound, on either side of the way, were 2 rows of small cottages with tiny squares of garden in front, and in the midst of these small cottages, a swinging sign beneath a lamp announced, "A postal and telegraph office." "Now that we have come into the land of habitations again," said Loveday, "it will be best for us to part. It will not do for you and me to be seen together. All my spies will be transferring their attentions from me to you, and I shall have to find another deputy. You had better start on your bicycle for Redhill at once, and I will walk back at leisurely speed. Come to me at my hotel without fail at 1 o'clock, and report proceedings. I do not say anything definite about remuneration, but I assure you, if you carry out my instructions to the letter, your services will be amply rewarded by me and by my employers." There were yet a few more details to arrange. White had been, he said, only a day and night in the neighbourhood, and special directions as to the locality had to be given to him. Loveday advised him not to attract attention by going to the draper's private door, but to enter the shop as if he were a customer, and then explained matters to Mrs. Golightly, who, no doubt, would be in her place behind the counter. Tell her he was the brother of the Miss Smith who had hired her room, and ask permission to go through the shop to that room, as he had been commissioned by his sister to read and answer any letters that might have arrived there for her. Show her the key of the side door. "Here it is," said Loveday. "It will be your credentials, and tell her you did not like to make use of it without acquainting her with the fact." The young man took the key, endeavoured to put it in his waistcoat pocket, found the space there occupied, and so transferred it to the keeping of a side pocket in his tunic. All this time, Loveday stood watching him. "You have a capital machine there," she said, as the young man mounted his bicycle once more, "and I hope you will turn it to account in following the movements of these sisters about the neighbourhood. I feel confident you will have something definite to tell me when you bring me your first report at 1 o'clock." White once more broke into a profusion of thanks, and then, lifting his cap to the lady, started his machine at a fairly good pace. Loveday watched him out of sight down the slope of the hill, then, instead of following him as she had said she would, at a leisurely pace, she turned her steps in the opposite direction along the village street. It was an altogether ideal country village, neatly dressed, chubby-faced children, now on their way to the schools, dropped quaint little curtsies, or tugged at curly locks as Loveday passed. Every cottage looked the picture of cleanliness and trimness, and although so late in the year, the gardens were full of late flowering chrysanthemums and early flowering Christmas roses. At the end of the village, Loveday came suddenly into view of a large, handsome, red brick mansion. It presented a wide frontage to the road, from which it lay back amid extensive pleasure grounds. On the right hand, and a little in the rear of the house, stood what seemed to be large and commodious stables, and immediately adjoining these stables was a low-built, red brick shed that had recently been erected. That low-built, red brick shed excited Loveday's curiosity. "Is this house called North Cape?" she asked of a man who chanced at that moment to be passing with a pickaxe and shovel. The man answered in the affirmative, and Loveday then asked another question. Could he tell her what was that small shed so close to the house? It looked like a glorified cow house. Now what could be its use? The man's face lighted up as if it were a subject on which he liked to be questioned. He explained that that small shed was the engine house, where the electricity that lighted North Cape was made and stored. Then he dwelt with pride upon the fact, as if he held a personal interest in it, that North Cape was the only house far or near that was thus lighted. I suppose the wires are carried underground to the house, said Loveday, looking in vain for signs of them anywhere. The man was delighted to go into details on the matter. He had helped to lay those wires, he said. They were 2 in number, 1 for supply and 1 for return, and were laid 3 feet below ground, in boxes filled with pitch. These wires were switched on to jars in the engine house, where the electricity was stored, and after passing underground, entered the family mansion under its flooring at its western end. Loveday listened attentively to these details, and then took a minute and leisurely survey of the house and its surroundings. This done, she retraced her steps through the village, pausing, however, at the postal and telegraph office to dispatch a telegram to Inspector Gunning. It was one to send the inspector to his cipher book. It ran as follows: Rely solely on chemist and coal merchant throughout the day. L.B. After this, she quickened her pace, and in something over 3/4 of an hour was back again at her hotel. There she found more of life stirring than when she had quitted it in the early morning. There was to be a meeting of the Surrey stags, about a couple of miles off, and a good many hunting men were hanging about the entrance to the house, discussing the chances of sport after last night's frost. Loveday made her way through the throng in leisurely fashion, and not a man but what had keen scrutiny from her sharp eyes. No, there was no cause for suspicion there. They were evidently one and all just what they seemed to be, loud-voiced, hard-riding men, bent on a day's sport. But, and here, Loveday's eyes travelled beyond the hotel courtyard to the other side of the road. Who was that man with a billhook hacking at the hedge there? A thin-featured, round-shouldered old fellow, with a bent-about hat. It might be as well not to take it too rashly for granted that her spies had withdrawn, and had left her free to do her work in her own fashion. She went upstairs to her room. It was situated on the first floor in the front of the house, and consequently commanded a good view of the high road. She stood well back from the window, and at an angle whence she could see and not be seen, took a long, steady survey of the hedger. And the longer she looked, the more convinced she was that the man's real work was something other than the billhook seemed to imply. He worked, so to speak, with his head over his shoulder, and when Loveday supplemented her eyesight with a strong field glass, she could see more than one stealthy glance shot from beneath his bent-about hat in the direction of her window. There could be little doubt about it. Her movements were to be as closely watched today as they had been yesterday. Now, it was of first importance that she should communicate with Inspector Gunning in the course of the afternoon. The question to solve was how it was to be done. To all appearance, Loveday answered the question in extraordinary fashion. She pulled up her blind, she drew back her curtain, and seated herself in full view at a small table in the window recess. Then she took a pocket inkstand from her pocket, a packet of correspondence cards from her letter case, and with rapid pen set to work on them. About an hour and a half afterwards, White, coming in, according to his promise to report proceedings, found her still seated at the window, not, however, with writing materials before her, but with needle and thread in her hand, with which she was mending her gloves. "I return to town by the first train tomorrow morning," she said as he entered, "and I find these wretched things want no end of stitches. Now, for your report." White appeared to be in an elated frame of mind. "I've seen her," he cried. "My Annie. They've got her, those confounded sisters, but they shan't keep her. No, not if I have to pull the house down about their ears to get her out." "Well, now you know where she is. You can take your time about getting her out," said Loveday. "I hope, however, you haven't broken faith with me and betrayed yourself by trying to speak with her, because if so, I shall have to look out for another deputy." "Honour, Miss Brooke," answered White indignantly. "I stuck to my duty, though it cost me something to see her hanging over those kids and tucking them into the cart, and never say a word to her, never so much as wave my hand." "Did she go out with a donkey cart today?" "No, she only tucked the kids into the cart with a blanket, and then went back to the house. 2 old sisters, ugly as sin, went out with them. I watched them from the window, jolt, 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 round the corner, out of sight, and then I whipped down the stairs and onto my machine, and was after them in a trice and managed to keep them well in sight for over an hour and a half." "And their destination today was?" "Wootton Hall." "Ah, just as I expected." "Just as you expected?" echoed White. "I forgot. You do not know the nature of the suspicions that are attached to this sisterhood, and the reasons I have for thinking that Wootton Hall, at this season of the year, might have an especial attraction for them." White continued staring at her. "Miss Brooke," he said willy, "whatever suspicions may attach to the sisterhood, I'll stake my life on it. My Annie has had no share in any wickedness of any sort." "Oh, quite so. It is most likely that your Annie has, in some way, been inveigled into joining these sisters, has been taken possession of by them, in fact, just as they have taken possession of the little cripples." "That's it," he cried excitedly. "That was the idea that occurred to me when you spoke to me on the hill about them. Otherwise, you may be sure." "Did they get relief of any sort at the hall?" interrupted Loveday. "Yes. One of the 2 ugly old women stopped outside the lodge gates with the donkey cart, and the other beauty went up to the house alone. She stayed there, I should think, about a quarter of an hour, and when she came back, was followed by a servant carrying a bundle and a basket." "Ah, I've no doubt they brought away with them something else beside old garments and broken victuals." White stood in front of her, fixing a hard, steady gaze upon her. "Miss Brooke," he said presently, in a voice that matched the look on his face, "what do you suppose was the real object of these women in going to Wootton Hall this morning?" "Mr. White, if I wished to help a gang of thieves break into Wootton Hall tonight, don't you think I should be greatly interested in procuring from them the information that the master of the house was away from home, that 2 of the men servants who slept in the house had recently been dismissed, and their places had not yet been filled. Also, that the dogs were never unchained at night, and that their kennels were at the side of the house, at which the butler's pantry is not situated. These are particulars I have gathered in this house without stirring from my chair. and I'm satisfied that they are likely to be true. At the same time, if I were a professed burglar, I should not be content with information that was likely to be true, but would be careful to procure such that was certain to be true, and so would set accomplices to work at the fountainhead. Now, do you understand? White folded his arms and looked down on her. What are you going to do? He asked, in short, brusque tones. Loveday looked him full in the face. Communicate with the police immediately, she answered, and I should feel greatly obliged if you will at once take a note from me to Inspector Gunning at Reigate. And what becomes of Annie? I don't think you need have any anxiety on that head. I've no doubt that when the circumstances of her admission to the sisterhood are investigated, it will be proved that she has been as much deceived and impressed upon as the man, John Murray, who so foolishly let his house to these women. Remember, Annie has Mrs. Copeland's good word to support her integrity. White stood silent for a while. What sort of a note do you wish me to take to the inspector? He presently asked. You shall read it as I write it, if you like, answered Loveday. She took a correspondence card from her letter case, and with an indelible pencil wrote as follows. Wootton Hall is threatened tonight. Concentrate attention there. L.B. White read the words as she wrote them with a curious expression passing over his handsome features. Yes, he said, curtly as before. I'll deliver that. I give you my word. But I'll bring back no answer to you. I'll do no more spying for you. It's a trade that doesn't suit me. There's a straightforward way of doing straightforward work, and I'll take that way, no other, to get my Annie out of that den. He took the note, which she sealed and handed to him, and strode out of the room. Loveday, from the window, watched him mount his bicycle. Was it her fancy, or did there pass a swift, furtive glance of recognition between him and the hedger on the other side of the way as he rode out of the courtyard? Loveday seemed determined to make that hedger's work easy for him. The short winter's day was closing in now, and her room must consequently have been growing dim to outside observation. She lighted the gas chandelier which hung from the ceiling and, still with blinds and curtains undrawn, took her old place at the window, spread writing materials before her, and commenced a long and elaborate report to her chief at Lynch Court. About half an hour afterwards, as she threw a casual glance across the road, she saw that the hedger had disappeared, but the two ill-looking tramps sat munching bread and cheese under the hedge to which his billhook had done so little service. Evidently, the intention was, one way or another, not to lose sight of her, so long as she remained in Redhill. Meantime, White had delivered Loveday's note to the inspector at Reigate, and had disappeared on his bicycle once more. Gunning read it without a change of expression. Then he crossed the room to the fireplace, and held the card as close to the bars as he could without scorching it. I had a telegram from her this morning, he explained to his confidential man, telling me to rely upon chemicals and coal throughout the day, and that, of course, meant that she would write to me in invisible ink. No doubt, this message about Wootton Hall means nothing. He broke off abruptly, exclaiming, "Hey, what's this?" As having withdrawn the card from the fire, Loveday's real message stood out in bold, clear characters between the lines of the false one. Thus it ran: North Cape will be attacked tonight. A desperate gang. Be prepared for a struggle. Above all, guard the electrical engine house. On no account attempt to communicate with me. I'm so closely watched that any endeavor to do so may frustrate your chance of trapping the scoundrels. L.B. That night, when the moon went down behind Reigate Hill, an exciting scene was enacted at North Cape. The Surrey Gazette, in its issue the following day, gave the subjoined account of it under the heading Desperate Encounter with Burglars. Last night, North Cape, the residence of Mr. Jameson, was the scene of an affray between the police and a desperate gang of burglars. North Cape is lighted throughout with electricity, and the burglars, 4 in number, divided in half, 2 being told off to enter and rob the house, and 2 to remain at the engine shed, where the electricity is stored so that, at a given signal should need arise, the wires might be unswitched, the inmates of the house thrown into sudden darkness and confusion, and the escape of the marauders thereby facilitated. Mr. Jameson, however, had received timely warning from the police of the intended attack, and he, with his 2 sons, all well armed, sat in darkness in the inner hall, awaiting the coming of the thieves. The police were stationed, some in the stables, some in outbuildings nearer to the house, and others in more distant parts of the grounds. The burglars effected their entrance by means of a ladder placed to a window of the servants' staircase, which leads straight down to the butler's pantry and to the safe where the silver is kept. The fellows, however, had no sooner got into the house than the police, issuing from their hiding place outside, mounted the ladder after them and thus cut off their retreat. Mr. Jameson and his 2 sons, at the same moment, attacked them in front, and thus, overwhelmed by numbers, the scoundrels were easily secured. It was at the engine house outside that the sharpest struggle took place. The thieves had forced open the door of this engine shed with their jimmies immediately on their arrival, under the very eyes of the police, who lay in ambush in the stables. And when one of the men captured in the house contrived to sound an alarm on his whistle, these outside watchers made a rush for the electrical jars in order to unswitch the wires. Upon this, the police closed upon them, and a hand-to-hand struggle followed. And if it had not been for the timely assistance of Mr. Jameson and his sons, who had fortunately conjectured that their presence here might be useful, it is more than likely that one of the burglars, a powerfully built man, would have escaped. The names of the captured men are John Murray, Arthur and George Lee, father and son, and a man with so many aliases that it is difficult to know which is his real name. The whole thing had been most cunningly and carefully planned. The elder Lee, lately released from penal servitude for a similar offence, appears to have been prime mover in the affair. This man had, it seems, a son and a daughter, who, through the kindness of friends, had been fairly well placed in life. The son at an electrical engineer's as in London, the daughter as nursery governess at Wootton Hall. Directly this man was released from Portland, he seems to have found out his children and done his best to ruin them both. He was constantly at Wootton Hall, endeavouring to induce his daughter to act as an accomplice to a robbery of the house. This so worried the girl that she threw up her situation and joined a sisterhood that had recently been established in the neighbourhood. Upon this, Lee's thoughts turned in another direction. He induced his son, who had saved a little money, to throw up his work in London and join him in his disreputable career. The boy is a handsome young fellow, but appears to have in him the makings of a first-class criminal. In his work as an electrical engineer, he had made the acquaintance of the man John Murray, who, it is said, has been rapidly going downhill of late. Now, will you tell me what, at that stage of your day's work, induced you to wire to Gunning that you would bring your invisible ink bottle into use? That was simply a matter of precaution. It did not compel me to the use of invisible ink if I saw other safe methods of communication. I felt myself being hemmed in on all sides with spies, and I could tell what emergency might arise. I don't think I have ever had a more difficult game to play. As I sat at my window writing my report, I could see those two wretched tramps munching their bread and cheese and watching my window. I knew they would watch me to the station the next morning, and that if I quitted the hotel to go to Gunning, or Gunning came to see me, the alarm would be given, the scoundrels would clear out, and Gunning would lose his chance of trapping them. Under the circumstances, the younger Lee's sudden appearance and his appeal to me to help him out of his trouble seemed a special providence. I saw my way to turn the young man into a messenger between myself and the police, and also to throw my hedger spy opposite, completely off the scent. How did you do that? The young man came to my room. I felt sure that his appeal to me was a complete horse, and that his sister Annie's name was used simply as a catchword. He had, no doubt, been instructed by his father to do his best to get me out of the place, or at any rate to watch my movements. My window, as I told you, was in full view of the road. I sat there writing, but I spoke to the young man well back in the room so that my spies outside could not see that I was in conversation with him. When I wrote my note to Gunning in their full view, they naturally concluded that I had been writing to my employers and was sending my letter by this young man, who was evidently to them a friend and confederate. They watched him mount his bicycle, and, as I told you, I fancied I saw a glance of recognition pass between him and the hedger. I've no doubt the word was passed to let him go in peace, as he was only carrying a letter for me, which Lee could easily intercept and read on his way to Reigate. By Jove, that was a clever stroke. It was a very simple one, and was successful. Young Lee, no doubt, rode off with my letter to some safe place, opened it, read my warning to Gunning to guard Wootton Hall, laughed in his sleeve at my blindness, sealed it up again, and delivered it to Gunning, with a happy conviction that he had made his father's work at North Cape exceptionally safe and easy. Excellent, Miss Brooke, excellent. And now, what has become of Annie Lee? She has gone back to her situation at Wootton Hall. I sent her a line before I started this morning, and she met me at Three Bridges Station, and had a comfortable cry on my shoulder. She told me her father's history, and how he had endeavoured to get her to assist in a robbery at the Hall, and how she, poor girl, had joined the sisterhood on Murray's property as a safe hiding place from him. She is a thoroughly good, honest girl, and Mrs. Copeland, I am glad to say, is fully prepared to receive her back. Mr. Dyer gave a long, low whistle. And the £30,000 worth of jewels stolen from Craigan Court? He asked. I'm sorry to say, answered Loveday, that is an affair on which I can throw no light whatever. It belongs to the Reigate Police District, you know, and I have strictly confined my attention to my own sailing orders and the little French maid. Mr. Dyer laughed. Well, you have done your work well, Miss Brooke, he said, and I'll take care that Gunning knows it too. I'll make a point of seeing him tomorrow and talking the matter over with him. and with mutual expressions of satisfaction, they parted at the Bishopsgate platform. The Case of Janissary by Arthur Morrison. In this case, and indeed in most of the others, the notes and other documents found in the dockets would, by themselves, give but a faint outline of the facts, and, indeed, might easily be unintelligible to many people, especially as for much of my information I have been indebted to outside inquiries. Therefore, I offer no excuse for presenting the whole thing digested into plain narrative form, with a little reference to my authorities. Though I knew none of the actors in it, with the exception of the astute Dorrington, the case was especially interesting to me, as will be gathered from the narrative itself. The only paper in the bundle which I shall particularly allude to was a newspaper cutting, of a date anterior by 9 or 10 months to the events I am to write of. It had obviously been cut at the time it appeared, and saved, in case it might be useful, in a box in the form of a book, containing many hundreds of others. From this receptacle it had been taken and attached to the bundle during the progress of the case. I may say at once that the facts recorded had no direct concern with the case of the horse Janissary, but had been useful in affording a suggestion to Dorrington in connection therewith. The matter is the short report of an ordinary sort of inquest, and I here transcribe it. Dr. McCulloch held an inquest yesterday on the body of Mr. Henry Lawrence, whose body was found on Tuesday morning last in the river near Vauxhall Bridge. The deceased was well known in certain sporting circles. Sophia Lawrence, the widow, said that deceased had left home on Monday afternoon at about 5, in his usual health, saying that he was to dine at a friend's, and she saw nothing more of him till called upon to identify the body. He had no reason for suicide, and so far as witness knew, was free from pecuniary embarrassments. He had indeed been very successful in betting recently. He habitually carried a large pocket-book with papers in it. Mr. Robert Naylor, commission agent, said that deceased dined with him that evening at his house in Gold Street, Chelsea, and left for home at about 11:30. He had at the time a sum of nearly £400 upon him, chiefly in notes, which had been paid him by witness in settlement of a bet. It was a fine night, and deceased walked in the direction of Chelsea Embankment. That was the last witness saw of him. He might not have been perfectly sober, but he was not drunk, and was capable of taking care of himself. The evidence of the Thames police went to show that no money was on the body when found, except a few coppers, and no pocket-book. Dr. William Hodgetts said that death was due to drowning. There were some bruises on the arms and head, which might have been caused before death. The body was a very healthy one. The coroner said that there seemed to be a very strong suspicion of foul play, unless the pocketbook of the deceased had got out of his pocket in the water. But the evidence was very meagre, although the police appeared to have made every possible inquiry. The jury returned a verdict of found drowned, though how the deceased came into the water there was no evidence to show. I know no more of the unfortunate man Lawrence than this, and I have only printed the cutting here because it probably induced Dorrington to take certain steps in the case I am dealing with. With that case, the fate of the man Lawrence has nothing whatever to do. He passes out of the story entirely. Mr. Warren Telfer was a gentleman of means, and the owner of a few, very few, race horses. But he had a great knack of buying hidden prizes and yearlings, and what his stable lacked in quantity, it often more than made up for in quality. Thus he had once bought a St. Leger winner for as little as £150. Many will remember his bitter disappointment of 10 or a dozen years back, when his horse, Matfelon, starting an odds-on favourite for the 2000, never even got among the crowd and ambled in streets behind everything. It was freely rumoured, and no doubt with cause, that Matfelon had been got at and in some way nobbled. There were hints of a certain bucket of water administered just before the race, a bucket of water observed in the hands. Some said of one, some said of another person connected with Ritter's training establishment. There was no suspicion of pulling, for plainly the jockey was doing his best with the animal all the way along, and never had a tight rein. So a nobbling it must have been, said the knowing ones, and Mr. Warren Teller said so too, with much bitterness. More, he immediately removed his horses from Ritter's stables, and started a small training place of his own for his own horses merely, putting an old steeplechase jockey in charge, who had come out of a bad accident permanently lame and had fallen on evil days. The owner was an impulsive and violent-tempered man, who, once a notion was in his head, held to it through everything and in spite of everything. His misfortune with Matfelon made him the most insanely distrustful man alive. In everything he fancied he saw a trick, and to him every man seemed a scoundrel. He could scarce bear to let the very stable boys touch his horses, and although for years all went as well as could be expected in his stables, his suspicious distrust lost nothing of his virulence. He was perpetually fussing about the stables, making surprise visits, and laying futile traps that convicted nobody. The sole tangible result of this behaviour was a violent quarrel between Mr. Warren Telfer and his nephew Richard, who had been making a lengthened stay with his uncle. Young Telfer, to tell the truth, was neither so discreet nor so exemplary in behaviour as he might have been, but his temper was that characteristic of the family, and when he conceived that his uncle had an idea that he was communicating stable secrets to friends outside, there was an animated row, and the nephew betook himself and his luggage somewhere else. Young Telfer always insisted, however, that his uncle was not a bad fellow on the whole, though he had habits of thought and conduct that made him altogether intolerable at times. But the uncle had no good word for his graceless nephew, and indeed Richard Telfer betted more than he could afford, and was not so particular in his choice of sporting acquaintances as a gentleman should have been. Mr. Warren Telfer's house, Blackball, and his stables were little more than 2 miles from Redbury in Hampshire, and after the quarrel, Mr. Richard Telfer was not seen near the place for many months. Not, indeed, till excitement was high over the forthcoming race for the Redbury Stakes, for which there was an entry from the stable, Janissary, for long-ranked second favourite. And then the owner's nephew did not enter the premises, and in fact made his visit as secret as possible. I have said that Janissary was long-ranked second favourite for the Redbury Stakes, but a little more than a week before the race he became first favourite, owing to a training mishap to the horse fancied first, which made its chances so poor that it might have been scratched at any moment, and so far was Janissary above the class of the field, though it was a 2-year-old race, and there might be a surprise, that it at once went to far shorter odds than the previous favourite, which indeed, had it run fit and well, would have found Janissary no easy colt to beat. Mr. Telfer's nephew was seen near the stables but 2 or 3 days before the race, and that day the owner dispatched a telegram to the firm of Dorrington and Hicks. In response to this telegram, Dorrington caught the first available train for Redbury, and was with Mr. Warren Telfer in his library by 5 in the afternoon. "It is about my horse Janissary that I want to consult you, Mr. Dorrington," said Mr. Telfer. "It's right enough now, or at least was right at exercise this morning, but I feel certain that there's some diabolical plot on hand, somewhere to interfere with the horse before the Redbury Stakes Day. And I'm sorry to have to say that I suspect my own nephew to be mixed up in it in some way. In the first place, I may tell you that there is no doubt whatever that the colt, if let alone, and bar accident, can win in a canter. He could have won, even if Harold, the late favourite, had kept well. For I can tell you that Janissary is a far greater horse than anybody is aware of outside my establishment, or at any rate than anybody ought to be aware of, if the stable secrets are properly kept. His pedigree is nothing very great, and he never showed his quality till quite lately, in private trials. Of course, it has leaked out somehow that the colt is exceptionally good. I don't believe I can trust a soul in the place. How should the price have gone up to 5 to 4, unless somebody had been telling what he's paid not to tell? But that isn't all. As I have said, I've a conviction that something's on foot. Somebody wants to interfere with the horse. Of course we get a tout about now and again, but the downs are pretty big, and we generally manage to dodge them if we want to. On the last 3 or 4 mornings, however, wherever Janissary might be taking his gallop, there was a big, hulking fellow with a red beard and spectacles, not so much watching the horse as trying to get hold of the lad. I am always up and out at 5, for I've found to my cost, you remember about Matfelon, that if a man doesn't want to be ramped, he must never take his eye off things. Well, I have scarcely seen the lad ease the colt once on the last 3 or 4 mornings, without that red-bearded fellow bobbing up from a knoll or a clump of bushes or something close by, especially if Janissary was a bit away from the other horses and not under my nose, or the headlads, for a moment. I rode at the fellow, of course, when I saw what he was after, but he was artful as a cartload of monkeys and vanished somehow before I could get near him. The head lad believes he has seen him about just after dark too, but I'm keeping the stable lads in when they're not riding, and I suppose he finds he has no chance of getting at them except when they're out with the horses. This morning, not only did I see this fellow about as usual, but I am ashamed to say I observed my own nephew acting the part of a common tout. He certainly had the decency to avoid me and clear out, but that was not all, as you shall see. This morning, happening to approach the stables from the back, I suddenly came upon the red-bearded man, giving money to a groom of mine. He ran off at once, as you may guess, and I discharged the groom where he stood, and would not allow him into the stables again. He offered no explanation or excuse, but took himself off, and half an hour afterward, I almost sent away my head boy too. For when I told him of the dismissal, He admitted that he had seen that same groom taking money of my nephew at the back of the stables an hour before, and had not informed me. He said that he thought that as it was only Mr. Richard, it didn't matter. Fool. Anyway, the groom is gone, and so far as I can tell as yet, the colt is all right. I examined him at once, of course, and I also turned over a box that Weeks, the groom, used to keep brushes and odd things in. There I found this paper full of powder. I don't yet know what it is, but it's certainly nothing he had any business with in the stable. Will you take it? And now, Mr. Telfer went on, I'm in such an uneasy state that I want your advice and assistance. Quite apart from the suspicious, more than suspicious, circumstances I have informed you of, I am certain. I know it without being able to give precise reasons. I am certain that some attempt is being made at disabling Janissary before Thursday's race. I feel it in my bones, so to speak. I had the same suspicion just before that 2000, when Matfelon was got at. The thing was in the air, as it is now. Perhaps it's a sort of instinct, but I rather think it is a result of an unconscious absorption of a number of little indications about me. Be it as it may, I am resolved to leave no opening to the enemy if I can help it, and I want you to see if you can suggest any further precautions beyond those I am taking. Come and look at the stables. Dorrington could see no opening for any piece of rascality by which he might make more of the case than by serving his client loyally, so he resolved to do the latter. He followed Mr. Telfer through the training stables, where 8 or 9 thoroughbreds stood, and could suggest no improvement upon the exceptional precautions that already existed. No, said Dorrington, I don't think you can do any better than this, at least on this, the inner line of defence. But it is best to make the outer line secure first. By the way, this isn't Janissary, is it? We saw him farther up the road, didn't we? Oh no, that's a very different sort of colt, though he does look like, doesn't he? People who've been up and down the stables once or twice often confuse them. They're both bays, much of a build, and about the same height, and both have a bit of stocking on the same leg, though Janissary's is bigger, and this animal has a white star. But you never saw two creatures look so like and run so differently. This is a dead loss, not worth his feed. If I can manage to wind him up to something like a gallop, I shall try to work him off in a selling plate somewhere. But as far as I can see, he isn't good enough even for that. He's a disappointment, and his stock's far better than Janissary's too, and he cost half as much again. Yearlings are a lottery. Still, I've drawn a prize or two among them, at one time or another. Ah, yes, so I've heard. But now as to the outer defences I was speaking of. Let us find out who is trying to interfere with your horse. Do you mind letting me into the secrets of the stable commissions? Oh, no. We're talking in confidence, of course. I've backed the colt pretty heavily all round, but not too much anywhere. There's a good slice with Barker. You know Barker, of course. Mullins has 1,000 down for him, and that was at 5-1 before Herald went amiss. Then there's Ford and Lascelles, both good men, and Naylor. He's the smallest man of them all, and there's only 100 or 2 with him, though he's been laying the horse pretty freely everywhere, at least until Herald went wrong. And there's Pedder. But there must have been a deal of money laid to outside backers, and there's no telling who may contemplate a ramp. Just so. Now as to your nephew. What of your suspicions in that direction? Perhaps I'm a little hasty as to that, Mr. Telfer answered, a little ashamed of what he had previously said. But I'm worried and mystified, as you see, and hardly know what to think. My nephew Richard is a little erratic, and he has a foolish habit of betting more than he can afford. He and I quarrelled some time back, while he was staying here, because I had an idea that he had been talking too freely outside. He had, in fact, and I regarded it as a breach of confidence. So there was a quarrel, and he went away. Very well. I wonder if I can get a bed at the Crown at Redbury. I'm afraid it'll be crowded, but I'll try. But why trouble? Why not stay with me and be near the stables? Because then I should be of no more use to you than one of your lads. People who come out here every morning are probably staying at Redbury, and I must go there after them. The Crown at Redbury was full in anticipation of the races, but Dorrington managed to get a room ordinarily occupied by one of the landlord's family, who undertook to sleep at a friend's for a night or two. This settled, he strolled into the yard and soon fell into animated talk with the hostler on the subject of the forthcoming races. All the town was backing Janissary for the stakes, the hostler said, and he advised Dorrington to do the same. During this conversation, two men stopped in the street, just outside the yard gate, talking. One was a big, heavy, vulgar-looking fellow in a boxcloth coat, and with a shaven face and hoarse voice. The other was a slighter, slimmer, younger, and more gentlemanlike man, though there was a certain patchy colour about his face that seemed to hint of anything but teetotalism. There, said the hostler, indicating the younger of these two men, that's young Mr. Telfer, him as whose uncles own a Janissary. He's a young plunger, he is, and he's on Janissary too. He give me the tip straight this morning. You put your little bit on my uncle's colt, he said. It's all right. I ain't such pals with the old man as I was, but I've got the tip that his money's down on it. So don't neglect your opportunities, Thomas, he says. And I haven't. He's stopping in our house, is young Mr. Richard. And who is that he is talking to? A bookmaker? Yes, sir. That's Naylor. Bob Naylor. He's got Mr. Richard's bets. Perhaps he's putting on a bit more now. The men at the gate separated, and the bookmaker walked off down the street in the fast gathering dusk. Richard Telfer, however, entered the house, and Dorrington followed him. Telfer mounted the stairs and went into his room. Dorrington lingered a moment on the stairs and then went and knocked at Telfer's door. "Hello," cried Telfer, coming to the door and peering out into the gloomy corridor. "I beg pardon," Dorrington replied courteously. "I thought this was Naylor's room." "No, it's number 23 by the end, but I believe he's just gone down the street." Dorrington expressed his thanks and went to his own room. He took one or two small instruments from his bag and hurried stealthily to the door of number 23. All was quiet, and the door opened at once to Dorrington's picklock, for there was nothing but the common tumbler rim lock to secure it. Dorrington, being altogether an unscrupulous scoundrel, would have thought nothing of entering a man's room thus, for purposes of mere robbery. Much less scruple had he in doing so in the present circumstances. He lit the candle in a little pocket lantern, and having secured the door, looked quickly about the room. There was nothing unusual to attract his attention, and he turned to two bags lying near the dressing table. One was the usual bookmaker's satchel, and the other was a leather travelling bag. Both were locked, Dorrington unbuckled the straps of the large bag and produced a slender picklock of steel wire with a sliding joint, which, with a little skillful humouring, turned the lock in the course of a minute or two. One glance inside was enough. There on the top lay a large false beard of strong red, and upon the shirts below was a pair of spectacles. But Dorrington went farther, and felt carefully below the linen till his hand met a small, flat mahogany box. This he withdrew and opened. Within, on a velvet lining, lay a small silver instrument resembling a syringe. He shut and replaced the box, and having rearranged the contents of the bag, shut, locked and strapped it, and blew out his light. He had found what he came to look for. In another minute, Mr. Bob Naylor's door was locked behind him, and Dorrington took his picklocks to his own room. It was a noisy evening in the commercial room at the Crown. Chaff and laughter flew thick, and Richard Telfer threatened Naylor with a terrible settling day. More was drunk than thirst strictly justified, and everybody grew friendly with everybody else. Dorrington, sober and keenly alert, affected the reverse, and exhibited a special and extreme affection for Mr. Bob Naylor. His advances were unsuccessful at first, but Dorrington's manner and the Crown whisky overcame the bookmaker's reserve, and at about 11 o'clock the two left the house arm in arm for a cooling stroll in the High Street. Dorrington blabbed and chattered with great success, and soon began about Janissary. "So you've pretty well done all you want with Janissary, eh? Book full? Ah, nothing like keeping a book even all round. It's the safest way, especially with such a cult as Janissary about. Eh, my boy?" He nudged Naylor genially. "Ah, no doubt it's a good cult. But old Telfer has rum notions about preparation, hasn't he?" "I don't know," replied Naylor. "How do you mean?" "Why, what does he have the horse led up and down behind the stable for, half an hour every afternoon?" "Didn't know he did." "Ah, but he does. I came across it only this afternoon. I was coming over the downs, and just as I got round behind Telfer's stables there, I saw a fine bay colt, with a white stocking on the off hind leg, well covered up in a suit of clothes, being led up and down by a lad like a sentry, up and down, about 20 yards each way, and nobody else about. 'Hullo,' says I to the lad. 'Hullo, what horse is this?' 'Janissary,' says the boy. 'Pretty free for a stable lad.' 'Ah,' says I, 'and what are you walking him like that for?' 'Dunno,' says the boy, 'but it's governor's orders. Every afternoon, at 2 to the minute, I have to bring him out here and walk him like this for half an hour exactly, neither more nor less. And then he goes in and has a handful of malt. But I don't know why.' 'Well,' says I never heard of that being done before, but he's a fine colt.' And I put my hand under the cloth and felt him, hard as nails and smooth as silk. 'And the boy let you touch him?' 'Yes. He felt me a bit easy for a stable boy. But it's an odd trick, isn't it? That of the half-hour's walk and the handful of malt. Never hear of anybody else doing it, did you?' 'No, I never did.' They talked and strolled for another quarter of an hour, and then finished up with one more drink. The next was the day before the race, and in the morning Dorrington, making a circuit, came to Mr. Warren Telfer's from the farther side. As soon as they were assured of privacy, "Have you seen the man with the red beard this morning?" asked Dorrington. "No. I looked out pretty sharply too." "That's right. If you like to fall in with my suggestions, however, you shall see him at about 2 o'clock and take a handsome rise out of him." "Very well," Mr. Telfer replied. What's your suggestion? I'll tell you. In the first place, what's the value of the other horse that looks so like Janissary? Hamid is his name. He's worth, well, what he will fetch. I'll sell him for 50 and be glad of the chance. Very good. Then you'll no doubt be glad to risk his health temporarily to make sure of the Redbury Stakes, and to get longer prices for anything you may like to put on between now and tomorrow afternoon. Come to the stables and I'll tell you. But first, is there a place where we may command a view of the ground behind the stables without being seen? Yes. There's a ventilation grating at the back of each stall. Good. Then we'll watch from Hamid's stall, which will be empty. Select your most wooden-faced and most careful boy, and send him out behind the stable with Hamid at 2 o'clock to the moment. Put the horse in a full suit of clothes. It is necessary to cover up that white star, and tell the lad he must lead it up and down slowly for 20 yards or so. I rather expect the red-bearded man will be coming along between 2 o'clock and 2:30. You will understand that Hamid is to be Janissary for the occasion. You must drill your boy to appear a bit of a fool, and to overcome his stable education sufficiently to chatter freely, so long as it is the proper chatter. The man may ask the horse's name, or he may not. Anyway, the boy mustn't forget it is Janissary he is leading. You have an odd fad, you must know, and the boy must know it too in the matter of training. This ridiculous fad is to have your colt walked up and down for half an hour, exactly at 2 o'clock every afternoon, and then given a handful of malt as he comes in. The boy can talk as freely about this as he pleases, and also about the colt's chances, and anything else he likes. And he is to let the stranger come up, talk to the horse, pat him, in short, to do as he pleases. Is that plain? Perfectly. You have found out something about this red-bearded chap, then? Oh, yes, it's Naylor the bookmaker, as a matter of fact, with a false beard. What? Naylor? Yes. You see the idea, of course. Once Naylor thinks he has nobbled a favourite, he will lay it to any extent, and the odds will get longer. Then you can make him pay for his little games. Well, yes, of course. Though I wouldn't put too much with Naylor in any case. He's not a big man, and he might break and lose me the lot, but I can get it out of the others. Just so. You'd better see about schooling your boy now, I think. I'll tell you more presently. A minute or two before 2 o'clock, Dorrington and Telfer, mounted on a pair of steps, were gazing through the ventilation grating of Hamid's stall, while the colt, clothed completely, was led round. Then Dorrington described his operations of the previous evening. No matter what he may think of my tale, he said, Naylor will be pretty sure to come. He has tried to bribe your stableman, and has been baffled. Every attempt to get hold of the boy in charge of Janissary has failed, and he will be glad to clutch at any shadow of a chance to save his money now. Once he is here, and the favourite apparently at his mercy, the thing is done. By the way, I expect your nephew's little present to the man you sacked was a fairly innocent one. No doubt he merely asked the man whether Janissary was keeping well, and was thought good enough to win, for I find he is backing it pretty heavily. Naylor came afterwards, with much less innocent intentions, but fortunately you were down on him in time. Several considerations induced me to go to Naylor's room. In the first place, I have heard rather shady tales of his doings on 1 or 2 occasions, and he did not seem a sufficiently big man to stand to lose a great deal over your horse. Then, when I saw him, I observed that his figure bore a considerable resemblance to that of the man you had described, except as regards the red beard and the spectacles. Articles easily enough assumed, and indeed often enough used by the scum of the ring whose trade is welshing. And apart from these considerations, here, at any rate, was one man who had an interest in keeping your colt from winning, and here was his room waiting for me to explore. So I explored it, and the card turned up trumps. As he was speaking, the stable boy, a stolid-looking youngster, was leading Hamid back and forth on the turf before their eyes. "There's somebody," said Dorrington suddenly, "over in that clump of trees. Yes, our man, sure enough. I felt pretty sure of him after you had told me that he hadn't thought it worthwhile to turn up this morning. Here he comes." Naylor, with his red beard sticking out over the collar of his big coat, came slouching along with an awkwardly assumed air of carelessness and absence of mind. "Hullo," he said suddenly, as he came abreast of the horse, turning as though but now aware of its presence. "That's a valuable sort of horse, ain't it, my lad?" "Yes," said the boy. "It is. He's going to win the Redbury Stakes tomorrow. It's Janissary." "Oh, Janissary, is it?" Naylor answered, with a quaint affectation of gaping ignorance. "Janissary, eh? Well, she do look a fine horse, what I can see of her. What a suit of clothes. And so she's one of the horses that runs in races, is she?" "Well, I never. Pretty much like other horses too, to look at, ain't she? Only a bit thin in the legs." The boy stood carelessly by the colt's side, and the man approached. His hand came quickly from an inner pocket, and then he passed it under Hamid's cloths, near the shoulder. "Ah, it do feel a lovely skin, to be sure," he said. "And so there's going to be races at Redbury tomorrow, is there? I don't know anything about races myself, and... Oh my!" Naylor sprang back as the horse, flinging back its ears, started suddenly, swung round, and reared. "Law," he said. "What a vicious brute, just because I stroked her. I'll be careful about touching racehorses again." His hand passed stealthily to the pocket again, and he hurried on his way while the stable boy steadied and soothed Hamid. Telfer and Dorrington sniggered quietly in their concealment. "Dear, dear, what an innocent person Mr. Bob Naylor is," Mr. Telfer remarked. "Well, I never. Pretty much like other horses. He didn't know there were to be races at Redbury. Janissary, too. It's really very funny." The half hour was quite over. Hamid came stumbling and dragging into the stable yard, plainly all amiss, and collapsed on his litter as soon as he gained his stall. There he lay, shivering and drowsy. "I expect he'll get over it in a day or two," Dorrington remarked. "I don't suppose a vet could do much for him just now, except, perhaps, give him a drench and let him take a rest. Certainly, the effect will last over tomorrow. That's what it is calculated for." The Redbury Stakes were run at 3 in the afternoon, after 2 or 3 minor events had been disposed of. The betting had undergone considerable fluctuations during the morning, but in general, it ruled heavily against Janissary. The story had got about, too, that Mr. Warren Telfer's colt would not start, so that when the numbers went up, and it was seen that Janissary was starting after all, there was much astonishment and a good deal of uneasiness in the ring. "It's a pity we can't see our friend Naylor's face just now, isn't it?" Dorrington remarked to his client as they looked on from Mr. Telfer's drag. "Yes, it would be interesting," Telfer replied. He was quite confident last night, you say? Quite. I tested him by an offer of a small bet on your colt, asking some points over the odds, and he took it at once. Indeed, I believe he has been going about gathering up all the wagers he could about Janissary, and the market has felt it. Your nephew has risked some more with him, I believe, and altogether it looks as though the town would spoil the bookies badly. As the horses came from the weighing enclosure, Janissary was seen conspicuous among them, bright, clean, and firm, and a good many faces lengthened at the sight. The start was not so good as it might have been, but the favourite, the starting price had gone to evens, was not left, and got away well in the crowd of 10 starters. There he lay till rounding the bend, when the Telfer Blue and Chocolate was seen among the foremost, and near the rails. Mr. Telfer almost trembled as he watched through his glasses. "Hang that Willet," he said almost to himself. "He's too clever against those rails before getting clear. All right, though, all right. He's coming." Janissary, indeed, was showing in front, and as the horses came along the straight, it was plain that Mr. Telfer's colt was holding the field comfortably. There were changes in the crowd. Some dropped away, some came out and attempted to challenge for the lead, but the favourite, striding easily, was never seriously threatened, and in the end, being a little let out, came in a 3 lengths winner, never once having been made to show his best. "I congratulate you, Mr. Telfer," said Dorrington, "and you may congratulate me." "Certainly, certainly," said Mr. Telfer hastily, hurrying off to lead in the winner. It was a bad race for the ring, and in the open parts of the course many a humble fielder grabbed his satchel ere the shouting was over, and made his best pace for the horizon, and more than one pair of false whiskers, as red as nailers, came off suddenly while the owner betook himself to a fresh stand. Unless a good many outsiders sailed home before the end of the week, there would be a bad Monday for layers. But all Sporting Redbury was jubilant. They had all been on the local favourite for the local race, and it had won. Mr. Bob Naylor got a bit back, in his own phrase, on other races by the end of the week, but all the same he saw a black settling day ahead. He had been done for a certainty. He had realised this as soon as he saw the numbers go up for the Redbury Stakes. Janissary had not been drugged after all. That meant that another horse had been substituted for him, and that the whole thing was an elaborate plant. He thought he knew Janissary pretty well by sight too, and rather prided himself on having an eye for a horse. But clearly it was a plant, a complete do. Telfer was in it, and so of course was that gentlemanly stranger who had strolled along Redbury High Street with him that night, telling that cock and bull story about the afternoon walks and the handful of malt. There was a nice schoolboy tale to take in a man who thought himself broad as Cheapside. He cursed himself high and low. To be done, and to know it, was a galling thing, but this would be worse. The tale would get about. They would boast of a clever stroke like that, and that would injure him with everybody, with honest men, because his reputation, as it was, would bear no worsening, and with knaves like himself, because they would laugh at him and leave him out when any little cooperative swindle was in contemplation. But though the chagrin of the defeat was bitter bad enough, his losses were worse. He had taken everything offered on Janissary after he had nobbled the wrong horse, and had given almost any odds demanded. Do as he might, he could see nothing but a balance against him on Monday, which, though he might pay out his last cent, he couldn't cover by several £100s. But on the day he met his customers at his club, as usual, and paid out freely. Young Richard Telfer, however, with whom he was heavily in, he put off till the evening. "I've been a bit disappointed this morning over some ready that was to be paid over," he said, "and I've used the last cheque form in my book. You might come and have a bit of dinner with me tonight, Mr. Telfer, and take it then." Telfer assented without difficulty. "All right then, that's settled. You know the place. Gold Street, 7 sharp. The missus will be pleased to see you, I'm sure, Mr. Telfer. Let's see. It's 1,530 altogether, isn't it?" "Yes, that's it. I'll come." Young Telfer left the club, and at the corner of the street ran against Dorrington. Telfer, of course, knew him, but as his late fellow guest at the Crown at Redbury, and this was their first meeting in London after their return from the races. "Ah," said Telfer. "Going to draw a bit of Janissary money, eh?" "Oh, I haven't much to draw," Dorrington answered. "But I expect your pockets are pretty heavy, if you just come from Naylor." "Yes, I've just come from Naylor, but I haven't touched the merry sovs just yet," replied Telfer cheerfully. "There's been a run on Naylor, and I'm going to dine with him and his respectable missus this evening, and draw the plunder then. I feel rather curious to see what sort of establishment a man like Naylor keeps going. His place is in Gold Street, Chelsea." "Yes, I believe so. Anyhow, I congratulate you on your haul, and wish you a merry evening." And the two men parted. Dorrington had indeed a few pounds to draw, as the result of his fishing bet with Naylor, but now he resolved to ask for the money at his own time. This invitation to Telfer took his attention, and it reminded him oddly of the circumstances detailed in the report of the inquest on Lawrence, transcribed at the beginning of this paper. He had cut out this report at the time it appeared, because he saw certain singularities about the case, and he had filed it, as he had done hundreds of other such cuttings. And now certain things led him to fancy that he might be much interested to observe the proceedings at Naylor's house on the evening after a bad settling day. He resolved to gratify himself with a strict professional watch in Gold Street that evening, on chance of something coming of it. For it was an important thing in Dorrington's rascally trade to get hold of as much of other people's private business as possible, and to know exactly in what cupboard to find every man's skeleton, for there was no knowing, but it might be turned into money sooner or later. So he found the number of Naylor's house from the handiest directory, and at 6 o'clock, a little disguised by a humbler style of dress than usual, he began his watch. Naylor's house was at the corner of a turning, with the flank wall blank of windows, except for one at the top, and a public house stood at the opposite corner. Dorrington, skilled in watching without attracting attention to himself, now lounged in the public house bar, now stood at the street corner, and now sauntered along the street, a picture of vacancy of mind, and looking, apparently, at everything in turn, except the house at the corner. The first thing he noted was the issuing forth from the area steps of a healthy-looking girl, in much gaily beribboned finery. Plainly, a servant taking an evening out. This was an odd thing, that a servant should be allowed out on an evening when a guest was expected to dinner. And the house looked like one where it was more likely that one servant would be kept than two. Dorrington hurried after the girl, and changing his manner of address to that of a civil labourer, said, "Beg pardon, miss, but is Mary Walker still in service at your house?" "Mary Walker," said the girl. "Why, no, I never heard the name, and there ain't nobody in service there but me." "Beg pardon, it must be the wrong house. It's my cousin, miss, that's all." Dorrington left the girl and returned to the public house. As he reached it, he perceived a second noticeable thing. Although it was broad daylight, there was now a light behind the solitary window at the top of the side wall of Naylor's house. Dorrington slipped through the swing doors of the public house and watched through the glass. It was a bare room behind the high window. It might have been a bathroom, and its interior was made but dimly visible from outside by the light. A tall, thin woman was setting up an ordinary pair of house steps in the middle of the room. This done, she turned to the window and pulled down the blind, and as she did so, Dorrington noted her very extreme thinness, both of face and body. When the blind was down, the light still remained within. Again, there seemed some significance in this. It appeared that the thin woman had waited until her servant had gone before doing whatever she had to do in that room. Presently, the watcher came again into Gold Street, and from there caught a passing glimpse of the thin woman as she moved busily about the front room over the breakfast parlour. Clearly, then, the light above had been left for future use. Dorrington thought for a minute, and then suddenly stopped with a snap of the fingers. He saw it all now. Here was something altogether in his way. He would take a daring course. He withdrew once more to the public house, and ordering another drink, took up a position in a compartment from which he could command a view both of Gold Street and the side turning. The time now, he saw by his watch, was 10 minutes to 7. He had to wait rather more than a quarter of an hour before seeing Richard Telfer come walking jauntily down Gold Street, mount the steps, and knock at Naylor's door. There was a momentary glimpse of the thin woman's face at the door, and then Telfer entered. It now began to grow dusk, and in about 20 minutes more, Dorrington took to the street again. The room over the breakfast parlour was clearly the dining room. It was lighted brightly, and by intent. Listening, the watcher could distinguish, now and again, a sudden burst of laughter from Telfer, followed by the deeper grunts of Naylor's voice, and once by sharp tones that it seemed natural to suppose were the thin woman's. Dorrington waited no longer, but slipped a pair of thick sock feet over his shoes, and after a quick look along the two streets, to make sure nobody was near, he descended the area steps. There was no light in the breakfast parlour. With his knife, he opened the window catch, raised the sash quietly, and stepped over the sill, and stood in the dark room within. All was quiet, except for the talking in the room above. He had done but what many thieves, parlour jumpers, do every day, but there was more ahead. He made his way silently to the basement passage, and passed into the kitchen. The room was lighted, and cookery utensils were scattered about, but nobody was there. He waited till he heard a request in Naylor's gruff voice for another slice of something, and noiselessly mounted the stairs. He noticed that the dining room door was ajar, but passed quickly onto the second flight, and rested on the landing above. So Naylor would probably have to go downstairs once or twice again, but he did not expect anybody in the upper part of the house just yet. There was a small flight of stairs above the landing, whereon he stood, leading to the servants' bedroom and the bathroom. He took a glance at the bathroom with its feeble lamp, its steps, and its open ceiling trap, and returned again to the bedroom landing. There he stood, waiting watchfully. Twice the thin woman emerged from the dining room, went downstairs and came up again, each time with food and plates. Then she went down once more, and was longer gone. Meantime, Naylor and Telfer were talking and joking loudly at the table, when once again Dorrington saw the crown of the thin woman's head rising over the bottom stair. He perceived that she bore a tray set with cups already filled with coffee. These she carried into the dining room, whence presently came the sound of striking matches. After this the conversation seemed to flag, and Telfer's part in it grew less and less, till it ceased altogether, and the house was silent, except for a sound of heavy breathing. Soon this became almost a snore, and then there was a sudden noisy tumble, as of a drunken man. But still the snoring went on, and the Naylors were talking in whispers. There was a shuffling and heaving sound, and a chair was knocked over. Then at the dining room door appeared Naylor, walking backward, and carrying the inert form of Telfer by the shoulders, while the thin woman followed, supporting the feet. Dorrington retreated up the small stair flight, cocking a pocket revolver as he went. Up the stairs they came, Naylor puffing and grunting with the exertion, and Telfer still snoring soundly on, till at last, having mounted the top flight, they came in at the bathroom door, where Dorrington stood to receive them, smiling and bowing pleasantly, with his hat in one hand and his revolver in the other. The woman, from her position, saw him first, and dropped Telfer's legs with a scream. Naylor turned his head, and then also dropped his end. The drugged man fell in a heap, snoring still. Naylor, astounded and choking, made as if to rush at the interloper, but Dorrington thrust the revolver into his face, and exclaimed, still smiling courteously, "Mind, mind. It's a dangerous thing, is a revolver, and apt to go off if you run against it." He stood thus for a second, and then stepped forward and took the woman, who seemed like to swoon, by the arm, and pulled her into the room. "Come, Mrs. Naylor," he said, "you're not one of the fainting sort, and I think I'd better keep two such clever people as you under my eye, or one of you may get into mischief. Come now, Naylor, we'll talk business." Naylor, now white as a ghost, sat on the edge of the bath and stared at Dorrington as though in a fascination of terror. His hands rested on the bath at each side, and an odd sound of gurgling came from his thick throat. "We will talk business," Dorrington resumed. "Come, you've met me before now, you know, at Redbury. You can't have forgotten Janissary, and the walking exercise and the handful of malt. I'm afraid you're a clumsy sort of rascal, Naylor, though you do your best. I'm a rascal myself, though I don't often confess it, and I assure you that your conceptions are crude as yet. Still, that isn't a bad notion in its way, that of drugging a man and drowning him in your cistern up there in the roof, when you prefer not to pay him his winnings. It has the very considerable merit that after the body has been fished out of any river you may choose to fling it into, the stupid coroner's jury will never suspect that it was drowned in any other water but that. Just as happened in the Lawrence case, for instance. You remember that, eh? So do I. Very well. And it was because I remembered that I paid you this visit tonight. But you do the thing much too clumsily, really. When I saw a light up here in broad daylight, I knew at once it must be left for some purpose to be executed later in the evening. And when I saw the steps carefully placed at the same time after the servant had been sent out, why the thing was plain, remembering, as I did, the curious coincidence that Mr. Lawrence was drowned the very evening he had been here to take away his winnings. The steps must be intended to give access to the roof, where there was probably a tank to feed the bath. And what more secret place to drown a man than there? And what easier place, so long as the man was well drugged, and there was a strong lid to the tank.